Thank you so much for such excellent speeches. The next agenda will be the first plenary and paper presentation session with the theme of renewable energy technologies and policies. This session will be started by plenary lecture from Professor Shabir Jiwala from the Joint Graduate School of Energy and Environment of King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi. And then followed by the live paper presentation and discussion session. In the paper presentation session, we will have 5 paper presentations by the authors, namely King Carl Tornam Duho from Data King Research Lab, Data King Consulting, Renard Chuyung Chien from Center for Governance and Political Studies, Muhammad Rizky Krisnawan from ASEAN Center for Energy, Kristi Dwita Mariana from Universitas Agung Podomoro and PT Strategi Transforma Infinity, and last, Amy Minghui Kui from ClimateWorks Australia. This session will be moderated by Dr. Muhammad Rasik Rahimiko, Professor and Lecturer of the Center for Advanced Material and Energy Sciences, University of Brunei Darussalam. Without any delay, please enjoy the session 1.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to my talk on life cycle thinking for energy and environment as part of the first ASEAN International Conference on Energy and Environment. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Nuki, the Executive Director of ACE, for inviting me. So when we talk about energy and environment, let's start with energy, which is the most basic need for us, along with food and shelter. We just cannot do without energy. Yeah. Now, when we were in the hunter-gatherer society many years ago, many centuries ago, that time fire was our main source of energy, and of course biomass. Yeah. But as we settled down to agriculture, then we had the draft animals like buffaloes, etc., providing some form of energy for our cultivation, along with windmills or hydropower, very basic forms of hydropower to give us energy. And when we came into the industrial society, then we had the fossil fuels, which were providing energy to us, which is what the situation is today, where fossil fuels are a major part of our energy source. Now, energy is associated with a lot of environmental impacts, and a lot of environmental impacts actually are coming from energy. So what are these? First is that we are using non-renewable resources. What we call fossil resources are non-renewable because they took millions of years to produce, but we are using them up in a matter of centuries, very fast. So they are basically non-renewable. And then when we burn these to get energy from that, we emit carbon dioxide, for example, which is a greenhouse gas, and many other gases such as sulfur dioxide, NOx, and so on, which are air pollutants causing various kinds of problems to human health and also to ecosystems. So now what is the situation with environmental impacts? Now, about 7-8 years ago, a group of very eminent researchers and scientists, they got together to define what are our planet's boundaries, how much the Earth can take, and where we are in connection to those boundaries. And as you can see from this figure, about 9 boundaries were defined. And for many of them, for example, genetic biodiversity or biochemical flows such as phosphorus and nitrogen, we are already in the red zone, which is the very high risk zone. Even for climate change, which is a very important impact that we are all very worried about, we are in the yellow zone, and I think we are going very fast to the red zone, which is the high risk zone again. Even for land use or land system change, we are in the yellow zone. The one good story over here is stratospheric ozone depletion, which after the Montreal Protocol, we banned the or phased out the chlorofluorocarbons, etc., and replaced them with other gases for our refrigerants and so on. And there we are in the green zone. In the freshwater use, we seem to be in the green zone, but that is mainly because we have a lot of fresh water, much more than we are using. So it seems that we are doing very well. However, I think all of you are very much aware that we have problems with too much of water somewhere, with flooding and drought. And with climate change, these flooding and drought, etc., are being exacerbated. So that means the problem with fresh water is not that we don't have enough fresh water, but we don't have it where we need it and when we need it. And that is the issue. So even with fresh water, actually, if we look at it from the life cycle perspective, then we are not really in the green zone. So when we talk about this life cycle perspective, which is the main focus of my talk today, what do we mean? So let us start with something of why should we consider the whole life cycle. So I take this example about electric cars because I know that there'll be a lot of talk about electric cars in the session that will follow my talk. So that is why I choose this as an example. Now, all of us understand that electric cars are green or are environmentally friendly in the sense that from the point of view of urban air pollution, they don't emit pollutants when we are driving them because they're using electricity. They are not burning gasoline or diesel. So when we talk about Bangkok or Jakarta or some cities like that, mega cities, which have a lot of cars, if we use electric cars, then we don't have tailpipe emissions. But when we talk about a life cycle perspective, we know that even the electricity that is used in the electric car has to be produced somewhere. So it is produced typically at a power plant, which might be a coal-fired power plant or natural gas-fired power plant. And so there will be emissions there. So instead of the emissions being at the car, we have shifted them to the power plant. Okay, there are plus and minus points. The plus point is that in the city, at least, we don't have the emission of pollutants. And at the power plant, because it is more centralized, we have a better chance of controlling the emissions along with some technologies and so on, which is much more difficult to implement in terms of millions of cars, right? But it is much easier to implement at the power plant. But then there's a lot of loss of efficiency at power plants. A typical coal-fired power plant might have an efficiency of 33, 35, or a good one at 40%. So we are losing a very large amount of the primary energy that we use. And then there are also losses in transmission. So actually, we have done some studies which have shown that currently, maybe to get 1 unit of electricity at the car, we need to produce 10 units of electricity, primary energy we need at the power plant. So these are the things that we need to consider. So that is why we have to look at the whole life cycle to make a decision whether electric cars are better than gasoline or diesel cars for the environment or not. I'm not saying that electric cars are bad. No, that's not the case. But if we have to make a decision, we have to look at the whole life cycle. And that is the very important part. So here I would like to show you this very old story that is there. It has been with us for maybe 2000 years about these 6 blindfolded people and the elephant. Now, all of us can very clearly see that an elephant is there in the room. However, these 6 people, they have blindfolds on and they don't know that an elephant is there. So somebody who feels the tusk of the elephant thinks that there is a spear. Somebody who feels the ear of the elephant thinks that it's a fan. Somebody who feels the trunk of the elephant thinks that it's a very big snake. Somebody who feels the leg of the elephant thinks it's a tree. Somebody who feels the side of the elephant thinks it's a wall. And somebody who feels the tail of the elephant thinks it's a rope. But nobody knows that it's an elephant. So it is very important that if you have to solve the whole problem, we have to see the elephant in the room. If we see only one part of the elephant, we may not solve the problem. And that is a very, very powerful metaphor for life cycle thinking. This is very important. So we have a tool called life cycle assessment, which looks at the entire life cycle of any product or service, starting from resource extraction, refining, manufacturing, packaging, use, and end of life. And the reason for looking at the whole life cycle is that we don't want to shift the problem from one part of the life cycle to another part, and we don't notice it. It's like for the electric car. If we focus only on the electric car itself without looking at the life cycle, then we don't need to do any assessment, right? We would say, oh, electric car is good for the environment because it has no emission from the tailpipe. In fact, the electric car may not even have a tailpipe, right? So, but this is not correct, right? So we need to look at the entire life cycle so that we avoid this kind of problem shifting. The another important thing about life cycle assessment is that we look at multiple impacts. For example, the carbon footprint, the water footprint, ecosystem quality, many things we look at. Same reason. If you only focus on greenhouse gas and don't focus on any other impacts, what may happen is that we try to improve the profile of the product as regards to greenhouse gas emissions. But we may increase the impact in water, or we may increase the impact in land use or some other things, or toxicity, for example. And we would not see it because we are focused totally on only the greenhouse gas emission. So greenhouse gas emissions are important, but so are other impacts as well. So in a life cycle assessment, normally we should look at all kinds of impacts. So once again, we avoid shifting of the problem from one impact category to another impact category, just the way that we look at the whole life cycle stages so that we don't shift the impact from one life cycle stage to another stage. In the same way, we don't want to shift the impacts from one life cycle category to another life impact category, but we want to solve the whole problem, to look at the whole elephant. Okay. So now let us talk a little bit more about the electric car, just to show you how the life cycle assessment works. So when we look at any car and we want to do the life cycle of a car, there are two life cycles over here. One is the life cycle of the vehicle itself, that is in the green boundary, and one is the life cycle of the energy part, which is in the blue boundary, blue dotted lines. Okay. So when we look at the life cycle of the vehicle, we start with the extraction of the resources to make the different parts of the vehicle. Then we manufacture the various parts, we assemble the vehicle, we use it, and then at the end of life, we will dispose the vehicle, right? But when we look at the life cycle of the energy, there we start from the extraction of the energy resource. So if we, for example, it is coal, then we have to extract the coal from the ground, then we transport it to wherever it will be processed and refined, and then it will be converted maybe to electricity in case of an electric vehicle, and then it will be transferred to the car where it will be used for driving the car, right? So this is in general in a very short way to see the life cycle. Yeah, so now I would like to show you some results of a study that we conducted very recently for electric buses. So here in this diagram, what we are doing is we are comparing three kinds of buses. Traditional buses are the diesel buses, which we represent by DB. And then we have the CNG, the compressed natural gas buses, which are represented by CNGB. And then we have the electric buses, which are the EB. Okay. And we're looking at three impact categories: damage to human health, damage to ecosystem, and resource depletion. So in this study that we conducted for Bangkok city, and I think the results may be valid for many other cities like Jakarta or other cities as well, the electric bus is actually doing better than the compressed natural gas buses and the diesel buses for all three impact categories. Now that is a very good news for us. Okay, but of course this is a snapshot, and the results will depend on the energy mix, how the electricity is produced, and many other assumptions that we may have done. But now you see that we are looking at the whole life cycle. So we are looking at the production phase and the use phase and the end of life, and we are looking at multiple impact categories, that is human health, damage to human health, damage to ecosystem, and resource depletion. But for this case, we have seen for our study that the electric buses are doing better than the compressed natural gas buses and the diesel buses, at least in terms of the environment. We looked at in terms of the costs, there the compressed natural gas buses turned out to be cheaper than the electric buses. So that is another story, but an important one also that we will need to consider if we are shifting from moving towards electric vehicles. Yeah. And now we also did a sensitivity analysis. So here, what we did is we changed the electricity mix of the electric buses. So in the current situation in Thailand, we have 8% of our electricity is coming from renewable resources. Then we saw that if we move to 25% renewable resources, that is EB 25%, or we move to 40% renewable resources, that's EB 40%, you see that our impacts are reducing further. Or if we say that we produce only electricity from fossil fuels and not at all from um, renewable energy, that is EB 0%, which I've boxed in the red boxes. So even for that worst case scenario, we see that the electric buses are actually doing better than the compressed natural gas buses and the diesel buses. So this gives us confidence that our results are rather robust. Okay, but you see that this life cycle thinking is helping us to make these kinds of assessments, which are very important to guide policymakers and even investors to see what is the environmental profile when we shift from one kind of bus to another. We have done similar study with electric motorcycles also, where the results were very positive. Some years back we did that, and hopefully in the near future we plan to do with cars as well, and maybe even more detailed study and broader scope study, and see how the results look like, and if the results are not very good for the electric bus, what needs to be done to improve. So these kind of very important results and information we can get for supporting policy and also supporting investments into moving towards more renewable sources of energy, as well as moving towards electric vehicles and so on. So life cycle assessment or life cycle thinking in general can support this. Now, I would like to talk about another example where life cycle thinking is used for energy. Okay, so now I'm talking about biofuels. Biofuels, as you know, everybody talks about biofuels being green, and that is largely because people often like to say that biofuels are carbon neutral. What they mean to say is that when we burn the biofuel, the carbon in the biofuel gets converted to carbon dioxide, but that carbon dioxide, that carbon in the biofuel came from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere when the biomass was growing as part of photosynthesis. So that's why we said, oh, okay, so the carbon dioxide that is released when we burn the biofuel is balanced actually by the carbon dioxide that was absorbed in the first place when the biomass was growing. But now you know that we are life cycle people, so we have to look at the entire life cycle, not just one part of the life cycle, that is just the growing of the plant and the burning of the biofuel. There's a lot of things involved in between. For example, here you see that there is, first, to produce the biomass we have to apply fertilizers and water, etc. That has emissions. Then we have to harvest the biomass, we have to convert the biomass, we have to transport it, distribute it. All these also has all kinds of greenhouse gas emissions, which I'm representing by CO2 equivalents, carbon dioxide equivalents. Yeah, so that there are actually net carbon dioxide greenhouse gas emissions. So it is not, biomass is not carbon neutral. And then again, there is one very important thing. If we expand the biofuel cycle to before cultivation, that is the land use change, that can be very critical, especially if forest or high carbon storage lands, high carbon stock lands are converted to agriculture. So there, the emissions of the carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases will be so high that we will lose all benefits. So we did some studies to look at what are the implications of looking at the life cycle of biofuels, and I will present some summarized results just to show you how life cycle thinking or life cycle assessment works. So here you see that I'm presenting the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of ethanol, and the top three bars, the top three blue bars, are the cassava ethanol, and the bottom three bars are ethanol from molasses, from sugarcane molasses. And this red line over here, the dotted line, is for gasoline, which is 90 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. So that is kind of our baseline to compare, right? So if our biofuels are lower than gasoline, then we are doing good. If our biofuels are more than gasoline, the carbon dioxide, the greenhouse gas emissions, then we are not doing very good, right? So you see over here, if you don't include land use change, then the cassava ethanol, we are almost, even though there is a range depending on various kinds of situations and various kinds of part in the life cycle we have differences, we are still doing all right, just about all right. But if we convert even grassland to crop, then you see that our bar is going beyond the 90. That means that for many of the cases, if we are not very efficient, then our, even though it is a biofuel, it is produced from biomass, but still our greenhouse gas emissions can exceed gasoline. And of course, if we convert forest to the crop, we convert forest land to cassava, then surely we are not doing very good. You can see that we are very far beyond the gasoline, 249 to 330. Similarly, for molasses ethanol, you see that when we don't have land use change, we just might do better, but still there is a chance that over here, you see, we are going up to 100, which is higher than gasoline. But from grassland to crop, we are kind of already doing worse, and forest to crop, no chance. So this is a very important message. What I'm trying to say here is not that biofuels are bad, but we have to be very careful. We cannot put a blank check and say, oh, biofuels are good just because they are biofuels or that they were produced from biomass. No, that is not enough. We have to actually do an assessment. Okay, that is very important. And we have to do a life cycle assessment and look at the entire life cycle and then make decision. In fact, that life cycle assessment may also yield us hotspots, that which parts of the life cycle are causing the big impacts. For example, nitrogen fertilizer application, or we are not using the different residues, biomass residues properly. So all these kinds of information we can get from the hotspot identification in the life cycle assessment, which may help us to improve the profile of the biofuels. Similarly, you can see for the palm biodiesel over here. Here now you have to look at this. We compare biodiesel with diesel. So the diesel is this red dotted line, which is 85 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. So biodiesel we see are, for most cases, is doing better than diesel. And one of the big reasons for that is because palm biodiesel, palm is a tree and it absorbs carbon, it sequesters carbon, and it has 25 years of lifetime, right? 25 to 30 years. So it sequesters a lot of carbon. But even for palm, if forest is converted, you see over here the last bar over here, that if forest is converted to oil palm, then we are not going to do very well. We are doing much worse than diesel. So once again, the story is very clear that if we want to maintain the greenhouse gas benefits of palm, then we have to make sure that we are not converting forests or other high carbon stock lands to oil palm. Otherwise, we will not get benefit. So these are the very important things that we learn when we look at the entire life cycle, which is why when we do any kinds of assessments for energy and environment, we need to have life cycle thinking. Always, I would like you to leave you with this image of the elephant. Please remember the elephant. If you remember the elephant, then you will know that we have to look at the entire life cycle, because if we just try to optimize one part of the life cycle, very likely we may sub-optimize the system, but not by optimizing the whole system. We may shift our problem from one part of the life cycle to another part, which is not very helpful to us. So, of course, I focused on environment. So I focused on the environmental sustainability assessment using life cycle assessment. But we have to look at the whole sustainability. We have, 3 pillars of sustainability: economy, society, and environment. So we have to look at, but we have tools for that. Life cycle tools are there for all 3 of them. For economy, we have life cycle costing. For society, we have social life cycle assessment. And of course, what we have discussed so far in the talk today is environment, which we have environmental life cycle assessment, or simply life cycle assessment. So we can do an entire study like that. Now, I would like to kind of conclude my talk with some key takeaways. First is, we cannot do without energy. It is as important to us as food and shelter. It's a basic requirement. So it is not practical or reasonable to say that, oh, let's not use energy. We cannot do that. We need energy. However, we have to look at life cycle thinking. Whenever we assess any energy source or any product that uses energy, for example, electric cars that we took as an example, we have to look at life cycle thinking to avoid problem shifting between life cycle stages, to avoid problem shifting between impact categories. And if we do a whole sustainability assessment, to avoid problem shifting between sustainability periods, which means we don't want to improve the environmental profile, but by spoiling the economic or spoiling the society, right? We need to improve all of them together. So that is why we need also to look at the life cycle. In life cycle thinking, we also look at all sustainability pillars together. Now, and we saw that renewable energy, in this case, we took the example of biomass, but you can take any example. We have done studies with photovoltaics, we have done studies with wind power, we have done studies with hydropower, everything. No renewable energy is emission free. There are emissions if you look at the whole life cycle. However, of course, there are many times the emissions are much lower than fossil fuels, and in some cases, such as we saw for the bioethanol and so on, they can be higher if we convert especially forests to agricultural land. So this is something that we have to take care, and other things such as utilization of biomass residues, etc., optimizing fertilizer use, etc. So renewable energy is not emission free, but we can reduce its impact and make it better than fossil fuels at least. Energy efficiency, that's something that I did not talk about much in this presentation, but I would like to just touch on it for a few seconds here, is that energy efficiency is desirable, but it's not the final solution. Because a lot of times we see that when we try to improve, the history has shown that when we improve the energy efficiency, we say that, okay, per unit of product, we are doing better. So if I design a car that uses less fuel, or design an air conditioner that uses less electricity, that is great. So I think that, oh, I have done a good job, I have reduced my emissions. But there is always rebound effects, because as I start using less energy, my product becomes cheaper, more people can afford it, more people will buy it, and then whatever savings that I made from the energy per unit of product, when I look at all the products combined, because of the increase of the number of products, it is quite likely, history has shown, that the total amount of energy that we use increases. So that is why we need energy efficiency, but that is not the only thing. It is not the final solution. So the final solution, I would say, is sustainable consumption. That everything combined, we try to improve, we try to use renewable energy, we try to have energy efficiency, but along with that, we have to control our consumption. And by that, I don't mean that we have to go and live in the forest and not live in civilization, not like that. No, it doesn't mean that. But we do need to look at our consumption lifestyle. We have to reduce our own waste, something like this. This is very important, along with everything else that we are looking at. So with that, I would like to end with the sustainable development goals. So when we talk about energy and environment, the first goal that comes to mind is goal number 7, which is affordable and clean energy, SDG 7. SDG 13 is climate action. SDG 12 is responsible consumption and production, which we talked about sustainable consumption. So SDG 12, and of course SDG 17, which is the partnership, because we need to have partnership between so many sectors, between so many stakeholders, between so many fields of study, so that we can achieve our goal in the end. So with that, I would like to end my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Let's welcome Dr. Razik to our conference today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency and distinguished guests, I again welcome all of you to the first ASEAN Conference on Energy and Environment. I'm Muhammad Razik from University Brunei Darussalam. We have 3 sessions. The theme of the first session is Renewable Energy, Technology and Policy. I encourage and welcome the honorable guests and audience to ask questions by posting them in the discussion box of the platform. The question will be asked to the speaker at the end of each presentation. Without further ado, I invite the first speaker, King Kao Thoman Duho from Data King Research Lab, Data King Consultant, to give his presentation.
Thank you so much, Doc. And thank you so much, all the organizers and everybody. I'll be presenting on our work. So today we'll be presenting on the the determinants of climate change disclosures among the African and mining firms in Africa. The presentation would generally cover a number of contents. We'll look at the motivation of the study. It's a research study, more of empirical study that tried to address the issues. And then we try to provide some key policy and practical solutions that we can look at. And at Data King Research Lab, we have been exploring the corporate reports of these companies, trying to look at what are their key factors and what are the things that they do. So first of all, the whole motivation for the study is built on an argument on how corporate governance affects environmental disclosures and environmental performances. And what we did is to quote the various disclosure practices with regard to climate change specifically, based on the Global Reporting Initiatives Framework, the GRI index. We tried to look at that, and then we did some coding to see what are the factors that are driving these disclosures. But our main aim is to see what are the corporate governance factors. First, we also look at some generic global factors and some macroeconomic indicators. So the study, there have been a number of studies globally that have done. Michelon 2005, Clarkson 2015, Limbaugh 1994, and other studies have tried to look at the impact of corporate governance on firms' environmental disclosure and environmental performance. Other studies also try to look at the institutional pressures that are involved. There are some calls from civil societies, organizations, and from the public sector, the private sector, and various international development organizations that are trying to call for disclosures and for more corporate action, because the whole climate change issues have come to be an issue that is important, but action is still needed. So issues about the greenhouse gas emission continue to be discussed in the literature. Next slide. Yes, so what we did is to look at the IPCC SIFS assessment report of 2021. Just the recent, just last month, there was this report from the IPCC. And there are three key things that this report indicated to all of us to know. That first thing is that there is faster warming and there's no signs of decreasing temperature globally. Secondly, that every region is facing the increasing changes with regards to the climate change issues. Then the third issue is that the role of human influence on climate system is undisputed. Studies over and over indicate that this is still an issue. So for us, we see this, and then based on that, we are arguing that action is needed. And where should action be taken? From government side, from private sector, which is involved significantly in the production purposes across the globe. Then also, we also indicate that the civil society and the other pressure groups also need to act. Next slide. So there have been a number of cross-country studies, as I indicated. So there are cross-country studies on the analysis of climate change disclosure and its determinants, but these studies are lacking, especially with regards to the Asian and African context. And also because of the very varied number of disclosure practices when it comes to climate change and these issues, it looks as if studies are little and there's more that needs to be done. A lot are focused on the developed countries, the Europe and Africa and Asia are not so much like that. Then the focus is on the large and multinational firms that have been a focus over the years. And then the energy sector is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases by industry, and it leads the climate change action. That's from an IEA report in 2021. Next slide. So still talking about the need for country focus, trying to look at the various jurisdictions is key for us. Still a motivation of the study. So the next slide again. Yeah, so there are three key research objectives that we looked at. The previous slide. There are three key research objectives that we looked at. The first one is to the previous slide, please. Slide number. Yeah, so there are three key research objectives. The first one is to investigate the extent of climate change disclosures made by the African and Asian energy firms. Second is to examine the corporate governance factors that drive the climate change disclosures among the energy firms in Africa and Asia. And then the third is to examine the country-specific and global forces that drive these disclosure practices. Next slide. The study is based on the institutional theory, and we are trying to argue that there are a number of institutional factors that drive every corporate activity. And based on that, we are arguing that there are firm-specific factors that can drive, right from the C-suite executives, which is the board members, the top management, the operations, and then the various activities and decisions that managers make in the organization. But apart from that, there are also country-specific factors that can drive the disclosure practices of these firms. So in the literature, there have been some indications of isomorphic pressures. Some of them are normative based on the accountants that are involved in the practices, the energy experts that are involved, the professional associations may influence them. But apart from that also, there may be some pressure sometimes because of legitimacy. Companies want to look good, that they are responsible, and because of that, they may also act. So those are some of the factors that we look at. The next slide. Still the next slide. Yeah, so the next slide again. So generally, what we look at the literature is that there is gap in the literature. Then our study seems to fit into that, to try to explore that, to try to provide a more of a policy-oriented solution. Now, our methodology is straightforward. We use 31 energy firms across Asia and Africa. And then these firms are from 18 countries from Africa and Asia. A lot of them are from Asia. A lot has been done among the Asian firms. And also, we realize that African firms don't report so much that way with regards to these climate change issues. So we look at corporate reports. We also took the data from 2015 to 2020. We use the global reporting initiatives reports. So there are various reports. We use the GRI 3.1, GRI 4, G4, and then the GRI standard itself, which is the 305 on climate change. We use a panel corrected standard error regression to do the next. Next slide. Yeah, so what we did is to develop an index for the climate change disclosure practices. So we look at there are 7 key practices with regard to climate change that the various firms have to report on. We look at that. What we did is to do an index for this. The next slide. So we did a regression model that tried to look at the disclosure index. Then what are the firm-specific factors? What are the country-specific factors? And what are the global forces that are influencing them? The next slide again. So this is the indicators. We have seven indicators: direct greenhouse gas emissions, energy indirect greenhouse gas emission, other indirect greenhouse gas emission, greenhouse gas emission intensity, reduction of greenhouse gas emission, emissions of ozone depletion substances, the nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, and other significant air emissions. These are things that the GRI index indicates that firms should disclose on. But the question is that to what extent are these things disclosed and what are the factors driving it? That is our purpose of this study. The next slide. So we look at a number of factors like the size of the firm can determine, maybe the board size can determine, the board independence can determine, the gender diversity on the board can determine, the multinational status of the firm can determine, the return on assets, which the profitability of the firm can also determine, or membership of the United Nations Global Compact, which is a compact on responsible business practices, could also determine. Then cross-listing could also determine. Whether the firm is an Asian or African firm could also determine. Then the Human Development Index of the countries could determine, and then the GDP also could determine. These are the things that we look at. The next slide. So the next slide again. These are just discussions of some of the things. Yeah, so when we looked at it, there are 7 indicators of the GRI index, and we saw that some of them are disclosed more than others, and the extent of disclosure differs based on the specific indicator we are talking about. And from what we have here, we saw that the first key, what is disclosed more in the report, is the direct greenhouse gas emissions, and then the last thing, what is being disclosed less, is the emissions of ozone depletion substances. And then the other ones vary over time. The next slide. Yeah, so what we have now is the regression result, and we try to do some correlation tests and some analysis before. The next slide. And so we did a regression result, and the result shows that firms with large board size tend to disclose more on climate change issues. We also saw that the board independence does not actually drive the disclosure practice, the disclosure level. So whether the people on the board are core members of the organization or not, it does not influence it so much. But gender influences, which means that more women on the board tend to influence the disclosure practices. We saw that the large firms tend to disclose more. So they tend to disclose more initially, but as they become large, to some extent, they may tend to disclose less also, because it's more of a U and an N-shaped relationship. Then also multinationals don't disclose so much significant as compared to the small firm. So size may not be mattering when it comes to disclosure. Then also the profitability. Profitable firms tend to disclose more. We also found that the United Nations Global Compact membership is a key factor when it comes to disclosure. We saw that cross-listing does not actually influence the disclosure practices. So firms may be listed across Johannesburg, London stock market, and that does not actually drive the disclosure practices, which is something so interesting that we found. The next slide. So we also found that Asian firms disclose more on climate change than the African firms. And that may be based on a number of factors, sometimes on the issues about the extent of the nature of the firms, the educational level of the countries, and then the various pressures over there. Those could be factors. Then we saw that the Human Development Index, which is a factor of the health level and the educational level of the countries. Countries that have high HDI, Human Development Index, tend to have firms that don't actually disclose so much. It is our expectation that countries with high ADI should have more disclosure, but that has not been found. We saw that the GDP growth does not actually directly have any influence on the disclosure, the level of disclosure. Next slide. So overall, we saw that the disclosure is a bit high when it comes to these firms, but we are measured because our study used data from firms that are firms that are large. A lot of them are large firms, and a lot of them are reporting. We are skewed towards firms that are reporting. So that is something that we have to take. And the next slide. And also, we saw that Asian firms disclose more as than the African counterparts. The next slide. Then also the gender issues, the board size, and the profitability are some significant factors. The next slide. So the firms that subscribe to the United Nations Global Compact also disclose more. Please, the next slide. The next slide. Yeah, so the implications is that for us, based on these things, there's need for boards of firms to be proactive a lot, to be more active than they are now. And then also we call for more of multi-stakeholder engagement when it comes to these disclosure issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, King Kao, for the interesting presentation. I hereby invite the question from the audience. And there's one question from the audience. What is the implementation in the real life?
Yes, so I can see the question on the page. It's asking what's the implementation when it comes to these climate change issues. Now, our study is one end and there's another argument, which is another end. Our study is trying to look at the disclosure, what the firms are telling us they are disclosing. But the point is that a majority of these climate change disclosures are not being audited. So we don't have actual measure to see whether they are actually audited and they are saying there's exact thing or not, because there's a need for some external auditing to check and see whether it's true or not. So that is another aspect. But it is also key to know that disclosure is one step, past the actual implementation is another step. So let's see how they are disclosing. Then we become more proactive to probe and see what exactly are they doing on the ground. Then we can check it, because there's something that's called greenwashing, where firms say, okay, they are environmentally responsible. By natural fact, they are actually not responsible. And that's something that we have to check. And from the research community, we try to check that. But also from the auditors firm, the audit firms too, they try to check that. And there are a lot of calls among the various stakeholders for this to be checked in the near future more.
Thank you for the answer. Hope that answered the question. We move on to the next speaker, Rena Siu Yong Jian from Center for Governments and Political Study, Malaysia.
Hello, good morning. I hope everybody can hear me. Yeah, so my presentation is really centered on the implementation of the Task Force for Climate Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, looking at Malaysia as a case study. Can I have the slides up, please? Yeah, so just by means of introduction, I'm Bernard from the Center for Governance and Political Studies, and I focus a lot on climate change advisory, specifically on the policy front. Next slide. In terms of the content that I wanted to sort of take us through today, I'll be introducing a little bit of a background to what the TCFD framework is, going through some of our data and methods, what were the results and analysis, followed by a set of recommendations that I think we do need to take forward as in ASEAN, like in order to ensure that we have more robust disclosures on the climate front. Next slide. Just by means of background, the TCFD was actually the brainchild of the G20 finance ministers, as well as a group of central bank governance. It was actually led by Mike Bloomberg,
And there was really a strong need around, better disclosures, better climate-related disclosures. The premise of the framework was really anchored around, the need to promote more informed investment credit and insurance underwriting, specifically around decision-making, right, that is centered around climate-related risks. Next slide. So the first set of recommendations by TCFD was actually published in June 2017. And as I've mentioned earlier, it was really written for two key parties. The first are issuers, those who generally have an obligation under the existing law to disclose material information. Material information being information that has a significant impact on an organization in terms of its finance or from its revenue perspective. The second are actually groups of investors, lenders, and insurers who actually rely on data or disclosures on climate in order to make key or significant capital allocation and financial decisions. So TCFD was really written with these two key stakeholders in mind. Next slide. One of the things about the TCFD framework is its strong focus on financial impact. So if you look at how financial impact is defined, essentially it focuses really on two sets of risks, right? The first is actually transition risk, which covers things like policy and legal implications. What happens, when an organization or a country decide to put on things like carbon pricing or make it mandatory for reporting on climate disclosures, which we have already seen happening even in Singapore just a couple of weeks ago, where the Singapore Stock Exchange actually made primary industries, or they made it mandatory for primary industries to start reporting on their climate disclosures. The second set of risks is really on transition is really centered around things like technology. With the substitution of existing products and services that can lower emission options. If organizations do not embark on such technology, what are the implications of this? And then there are also things like reputational risks with increasing stakeholder concerns around how organizations are actually performing on the climate front, and are they actually doing enough to address climate concerns? The next set of risks is actually physical risks. And this is quite straightforward. If you think about it, an organization that has assets, say property, for example, the key questions that investors would want to ask is what percentage of their assets would be inundated with water as a result of rising sea levels. So organizations as such would have to disclose that they have actually accounted for such situations and put that into their balance sheet. Another scenario is for organizations that are primarily involved in oil and gas industries. Well, one of the key concepts that have evolved over the years is this concept of stranded assets. So even if you have different hubs, different shells, there is a possibility that you might not be able to drill as a result of that. So how do you account for losses that are made there? Next slide. Yeah, so I've highlighted earlier that in terms of the financial impacts on industries, the TCFD framework really encourages corporations to look at the impact that climate has on their revenues, expenditures, to highlight what are the key assets and liabilities that will be at risk, and also to talk about their investment strategies in terms of capital and financing. Next slide. In terms of the framework itself or disclosure recommendations, like TCFD focuses on basically 4 key elements. The first element is really centered around governance. So, like what are organizations' governance around climate-related risks and opportunities that we have covered? Who essentially within an organization is accountable for this? The second is actually really centered around strategy. So how is an organization responding to the risks and opportunities that they've identified? What is the process of an organization's risk management in terms of identifying, assessing, and managing climate-related risks? And last but not least, in terms of matrix and targets, how are organizations responding or assessing that they're actually making progress in this space? What sort of indicators do they use? Next slide.
Yeah, so these are really around key disclosures, that I've elaborated earlier around, the 4 key elements of governance, strategy, risk management, matrix, and targets. And this essentially forms the the TCFD index that we have formulated in our research in terms of wanting to assess, like, how well have publicly listed Malaysian corporations have integrated all of these different elements. Next slide. Yeah, so these are really high level information around key elements of disclosure recommendations. It's quite detailed, but I don't think we will have time to cover all of this in this particular presentation. Maybe we can move on to the following slides. Yeah, I think it's important to highlight that that there are 2 key principles in the TCFD framework, one of which I've already covered earlier. It's really centered around the principle of materiality. So any disclosures, especially on strategy, matrix, and targets, need to ensure that this materiality concept is actually covered. And the concept of materiality essentially is that, investors that are reading these reports want to see that, an organization has actually made sufficient due diligence in covering what their governance and risk management approaches are, and how they have been able to actually translate, climate-related risks and opportunities into dollars and cents. How do they actually translate it into financial means? The 4 areas that I've highlighted earlier around revenues, assets, and liabilities, among other things. Another concept is scenario analysis. So organizations are expected to develop sort of a risk assessment or a roadmap depending on the involvement of like key temperatures under a 2-degree, 3-degree, or 4-degree Celsius scenario. What would actually happen, in terms of rising sea levels, in terms of increased temperature, and what sort of impact would that have on the organization? So investors are particularly interested in looking at how organizations are responding to the different climate scenario analysis. Next slide. And there are obviously a lot of benefits, right, for adopting TCFD, which is really the impetus of our research. Number one, it makes it easier and have better access to capital by increasing investors and lenders' confidence. Secondly, it's more effective in ensuring that there is some sort of standardization, right, in terms of climate reporting. Thirdly, also to increase awareness and understanding of climate-related risks. What I did not mention was that, when we started off on this study, there were a lot of motivation for actually embarking on this. Firstly, there's been a lot of regulatory updates or changes, like especially movements around the EU saying that, climate disclosures is becoming increasingly important. There's actually been a rise of ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues, especially among the capital markets. Even in Malaysia, our central bank had formed a joint committee on climate change, or JC3. And the purpose of this was not just to build up capacity of corporations, investors, and local banks on climate risks and opportunities, but also to look at innovative areas in which financing could actually help address the challenges of climate change. Next slide. Yeah, so and there is an illustrative implementation path, which is part of the TCFD framework. I think if we move on to the next slide, what it shows is that, there are 3 sort of progressive years that organizations can take in order to start embedding this sets of climate risks and opportunities within their organization. And a lot of these details can be found right on the TCFD website. Next slide. So so I suppose I just wanted to highlight here that TCFD is becoming an increasingly important framework for both companies and investors, and it's important for us to start looking at this. Maybe we can move on to a few slides ahead into data and methods. Yeah, I think we can move a couple of slides ahead. Yep. Okay, so in terms of data and methods, we have to look at the top 100 companies that were listed by Bursa Malaysia, our capital markets. And the idea behind this was really to look at the level of integration, right, of TCFD within this organization in terms of the incorporation of strategy, governance, risk, matrix, and targets. Next slide. The companies were assessed using two methods, binary methods. So a score of 1 was given where each of these elements were present in their reporting, and a score of 0 when there's no mentioning of these elements. We also used the continuous method, where we have actually engaged with 20 environmental, social, and governance, or ESG analysts, ranging from an experience of 5 to 10 years, for them to assess the reference materials that we have consolidated. And a Likert scale was used, 1 for very poor disclosures, up to 5 for excellent disclosures. Next slide. And these were the results that we found. Like, we found that, you know, out of the top 100 companies, like, there were a few, a majority of them actually had some sort of matrix and targets, about 52% of them, but a lot of them were actually poor in terms of their risk or strategy type disclosures, as per the requirements of the TCFD framework. Next slide. We also explored like the mean and variance in terms of differences that companies were reporting. Yep, move on to the next slide. I also had an opportunity to look at the different carbon matrix that were reported by property and construction organizations, as well as palm oil companies. And I think it's suffice to say that even within the same industry, some of the carbon matrix that were used, or carbon indicators that were used, tend to vary from one organization to another. And this raises a lot of questions around comparability. You know, can we actually assess and compare different companies if they're actually not reporting on similar indicators? It's really an apples to oranges comparison, you know, chicken to duck talk. And this is really an area that needs to be improved in terms of policy recommendations. Next slide. Yeah, likewise for palm oil companies, which I've covered earlier, there are huge variations in indicators that are adopted. The next slide. Yeah, so I guess in a nutshell, in terms of just a very quick analysis, what I would say though is that, you know, first and foremost, when we look at what the issues are based on our semi-structured interviews, a lot of corporations basically say that the implementation of TCFD involves high costs, and there's also a lack of capability in terms of understanding the requirements of the framework. Two, because the reporting of TCFD currently in some parts of Southeast Asia is not mandatory, it opens up to this whole debate around what is a proper framework, right, for adoption. A lot of organizations actually still go by this voluntary reporting basis and adopt a herd mentality. So within a similar industry, they wouldn't actually embark on TCFD until they see that their key competitors have already embarked on this. And last but not least, as you would know, there is quite a number of tools and frameworks that are out there, although I would argue that TCFD is becoming increasingly important. Next slide. And I think this is probably the last slide. So in terms of recommendations, I think, you know, there needs to be more training that is being done in order for corporations to understand what are the requirements of TCFD. And perhaps this is something that the ASEAN Center for Energy, or even ACCEPT, could actually champion to raise awareness on this. And of course, this needs to be done in collaboration with a broad range of stakeholders, including those that are involved in the capital markets, because finance seems to be driving a lot of this capital disclosures on climate change. And last but not least, I think what we really need is a concerted international level effort to coordinate and harmonize existing climate-based tools and frameworks that are out there. As I mentioned earlier, there is a proliferation of climate-based disclosure tools, which could add to the complexities of reporting, especially for users of such frameworks. And with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. We'll move on to the next speaker, Muhammad Rizky Kriswana from ASEAN Center for Energy.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for kind introduction. And then before I start the presentation, I would like to address my sincere thanks to First AC for the opportunity to be selected in the as the presenter in this event. And then the second one, I would like to also address my sincere thanks to ASEAN Climate Change Energy Project that fully support this study, as well as ASEAN Center for Energy. Last but not least, to my fellow co-authors of this paper for their hard work and also the determination up until now. Today, I will present the findings of our study on electric vehicle readiness in Southeast Asia, a past policy review. Next slide, please. Yeah. As the second largest energy consuming sector after industry, transportation sector is very crucial in shaping ASEAN energy landscape, especially its dependency on fossil fuel-based resources. Without significant efforts from the current condition, oil will continue fueling ASEAN transport sector in the near future. Next slide, please. Fortunately, ASEAN member states has shown its seriousness in transitioning the transport sector to be greener than before. Biofuel mandates has been in place since few years ago in several countries, while electric mobility is now entering the initial phase in some of ASEAN member states as well. Both transition potential could save a big chunk of energy consumption in transportation sector, from 342 MTOE to 270 MTOE by 2040, according to A6 ASEAN Energy Outlook. Next slide, please. However, it is indeed the development of electric mobility is not so smooth compared to the biofuel mandates. High capital requirements, lack of supporting infrastructure, as well as the domination of fossil fuel in electricity grid has been shown clear obstacles for ASEAN region. If this practice continue without significant efforts, ASEAN will rely mostly its fossil fuel resources from the import and will put energy security in jeopardy, as shown in the chart. And then noting the importance of transition to the electric mobility, this study aims to assess the readiness of electric vehicle rollout in Southeast Asia, especially from the perspective of supporting policy. Such policy is critical as a signal to the key stakeholders, including academies, industries, society, and also others, to jointly push the adoption of electric mobility in the Southeast Asia. Policy recommendations should be built upon the critical assessment of such policy. Next slide, please. Yeah. Various past studies has been reviewed in order to map out how this study will fill the big shoe of ASEAN transport energy research, especially in the policy of electric mobility. Started from the benefits of on having EV in terms of gaining public health while reducing the environmental risk as well. Some studies also highlights how to assess the EV policy using various methodology. This study, which conducted the assessment using PEST, are also look over the various research using PEST as the framework of the methodology. The intention is to properly draw out the suitable framework to be used in this paper. Next slide, please. On the methodology, several steps has been conducted in order to produce such analysis as shown in the slide. First, specific insights from each AMS policy related to the electric mobility are extracted and clearly showing the different status and level of readiness for wide adoption of electric vehicle. The second, the study employed PEST framework to assess the readiness of ASEAN countries. And then the third, the building upon the PEST framework, the critical factors are identified based on the author's analysis. Last but not least, recommendations are outlined to address the critical factors. Although focusing on the policy review, some cases of electric mobility progress in the region is presented as well in the paper. Next slide, please. Here is the summary of ASEAN EV-related policies that has been extracted from the respective countries' official document. And the readers may find out the more detail in our full paper at the later stage. Next slide, please. In the result and discussion, The assessment then continued to build the PEST framework as part of the result. From the 4 main areas that assessed, it is shown the different level of readiness among the IMS ASEAN countries. In political perspective, several IMS has set its own target of EV deployment through the official policies and regulation, but in different level. This target has shown the majority IMS political will to move to the cleaner transport. While in the economic wise, 5 countries are stated to give incentive in order to accelerate the EV rollout. Such incentives are varied, could be tax exemption, tax reduction, or anything. And then from the social point of view, electric vehicle is oftentimes claimed as one of the solution to reduce greenhouse gases emission in the road transport sector, since it is emitting almost zero emission during its operational. This also triggering the more reduction of oil consumption. That means less fossil fuel import for the limited proven resources country. Lastly, in terms of technology side, establishing local EV automaker could be one of the options, since sometimes EV is seeming not comparable due to its price. A success story from Vietnam could be a good benchmark for the other MS to learn from, especially from EV local automakers. Next slide, please. Yeah, there are many factors that considered critical to be solved by ASEAN countries, and it is also highlighted in this study. Inviting private sector to jointly develop the supporting infrastructure is very crucial, especially when countries are able to provide incentive. So the private sector, they are willing to spend their funds into the supporting infrastructure, including the charging infrastructure and also related to the operation and maintenance support. And then the additional concern is to also gain the public appetite in promoting EV. Public will could be a decider whether the government will attain its stated target in their current policies and regulation or not, indirectly. Other issues might also rise from the grid reliability for now, but along the time, grid will always be improved by the utility provider, since more emerging technologies and methods could help them to be operated in more efficient way. In addition to that, several countries has already stated the renewable energy target in their energy mix. So it could be force the utility provider to enhance the grid stability and also grid reliability in the near future. Next slide, please. Yeah, to conclude the analysis, conclusion part underline quite a few points as such a different level of EV readiness in AMS. But as the Southeast Asia continues to grow, the transportation demand will need to be satisfied sustainably. Thus, supporting policies need to be well designed nationally and also regionally. All of the conclusions could be read in the full paper at the later stage. I think that's all my presentation for today. Back to Mr. Chair, Dr. Razik. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. I hereby invite question from the audience. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. Dr. Christy Dwita Mariana from Business School, PT Strategies Transformer Infinity.
Hello, Dr. Razik.
Hi.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Razik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Razik Ramiko as the session moderator, and also for all of the first ASEAN International Conference on Energy and Environment 2021 participants. In this afternoon, I, Christy Rita Mariana, would like to present my working paper with my partner, Hari Patria, with the title of Are electric vehicle stocks in Asian 5 countries investable during the COVID-19 pandemic? This paper is a result of our manifestation work and project integrated with our masterclass at the PT Strategi Transforma Infinity, the Financial Modeling and Enterprise Risk Management or FMERM masterclass. Next slide, please. The recent COVID-19 pandemic had brought whirlwind to the financial markets worldwide. On the day after the declaration of worldwide pandemic status, the S&P 500, Nikkei 225, and FTSE 100 all decreased to about 9.51%, 4.41%, and 10.87%. The shocks also transmit to the brands carrying Corona name, for example, the Corona beer. Next slide, please. It was widely studied how financial market tends to co-move during crisis. The increasing correlation during crisis searched the needs of assets that negatively correlated during market crash, or later known as the safe haven assets. Interestingly, empirical evidence shows how alternative investment serve as safe haven for stocks during the pandemic. See, for example, Mariana et al. 2021. Next slide, please. This research motivated by the investment portfolio from the seminal work of Markowitz in 1952. The concept that being overt is the mean variance rule, in which investors could optimize their allocation of financial assets by maximizing their returns with the exact risk tolerance. Furthermore, in the recent unexpected global crisis or the COVID-19 pandemic, this research would like to investigate whether an asset is investable before and during the crisis. Next slide, please. The public's interest in the electric vehicle or EVs is growing in the ASEAN. According to the Asian Automotive Federation, the total number of vehicle sales in Asian countries was 3.4 million in 2019. This number also estimated to increase in the next 50 years due to the population growth and economic development. Next slide. There are 7 top market caps EV enterprises in ASEAN: Toyota Market Corporation, Honda Motor Company, Nissan Motor Company, Star 8 Company, Hyundai Motor Company, BMW Group, and Mitsubishi Motor Corporation. Next slide, please. The increasing attention of EV in ASEAN could also affect their stocks' performances. The positive expectation of markets to the potential of EV could resulting in the high return of EV stocks in the Asian countries. Therefore, we aim to shed some light on this issue by scrutinizing the investment decision during the COVID-19 pandemic that affects the portfolio of EV stocks' performances. Next slide. We collect the daily price data of the top 7 major players in Asian EV industries from the Yahoo Finance. Due to the low global market share of EV stocks in 2016, we deliberately utilized the research period from July 1, 2017 until August 12, 2021. We divide the research period into 2 sub-periods to investigate the optimal portfolio before and during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Next slide. We employ the expected return standard deviation calculation to construct the mean variance portfolio as in Markowitz 1952. We then employ the Monte Carlo simulation to identify the efficient set of portfolios or the efficient frontier of risky assets. Next slide, please. The top 7 market caps EV stocks prices vary before the COVID-19 pandemic, with the highest price mean held by the BMW and the lowest price mean held by the Hyundai Motor. However, the maximum price of EV stock held by the Star 8, while the Hyundai Motor also held the lowest maximum price. Next slide, please. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the highest price mean held by the BMW and the lowest price mean held the Mitsubishi Motor. Overall, the standard deviation of EV stocks are significantly lower during than before the pandemic takes place. Next slide. The left figure displays the aviation frontier of EV stocks before the pandemic, while the right figure displays the plot of maximum Sharpe ratio and the minimum variance portfolio. We could see how the optimal portfolio of EV stocks have the expected return of 52.64% and expected standard deviation of 56.27%. The Sharpe ratio shows that the excess return of the stocks portfolio is 93.55%, proportionate to the level of portfolio risk. Next slide. During the pandemic, the optimal portfolio of EV stocks have the expected return of 123% and the expected standard deviation of 49%. The Sharpe ratio unveils that the excess return of the stocks portfolio accounted for 250%, proportionate to the level of portfolio risk. Next slide. According to the information displayed in the table, we could also see how in full period, the expected return of the optimal EV stocks portfolio is 76.11%, while the expected standard deviation is 48.47%. Overall, the optimal portfolio of EV stocks excess returns account for 157% over its standard deviation. This result could indicate how during the full research period, the EV stocks are investable. Based on the table, we also learned that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the optimal portfolio weights changed. Overall, the expected return of optimal stock is higher, and the expected standard deviation is lower during than before the crisis. We could also analyze whether EV stocks are investable or not through its market dynamics. Next slide, please. The market dynamics of EV could be analyzed through the infrastructure's readiness, the high cost spare part, also the government policy on the low emission vehicle. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries have imposed a complete lockdown of more than 2 months, which in turn has impacted the vehicle production. However, the conditions improved in the later months, and overall, EV manufacturers did not suffer as much. There is a low number of EV charging stations around the world. However, different countries employ different standards for fast charging. For example, Japan with CHAdeMO, Europe, US, and Korea with CGS, while China with GBT. Therefore, the lack of standardization for charging stations may have an impact to the overall demand of EVs around the globe. In addition to the infrastructure for EV usage in a nation, we should also consider the cost of EV spare part. One of the costliest pieces is the EV battery, in which by 2010, the cost of an EV battery was around $1,100 for every kilowatt hours. However, due to the recent mass production of EV batteries, the cost of EV batteries have decreased and may lead to the subtraction of the EV's cost, which could be less expensive than the regular internal combustion engine or ICE vehicles. Next slide, please. By 2050, the nations worldwide plan to decrease the vehicle emissions. This policy has led to the development of parts related to the EV charging task and may help to expand the interest and demand for EVs in the upcoming years. Interestingly, the biggest EV market for traveler vehicles held by the Asia Pacific, followed by Europe and North America. The EV market in Asia Pacific is dominated by China, then followed by Japan and South Korea. The growing interest of public in Asia Pacific mainly driven by the government support for traveler EVs in these countries. Recently, Masyarakat Ekonomi ASEAN or MEA also began to build their EVs market and estimated to be the most rapid developing business sector in upcoming years. In ASEAN, vehicle sharing services are updating their vehicle to electric vehicle due to the funding attained by startups from EV manufacturers and tech companies. There are several policies drafted by the governments to increase the EV adoption in the region. For example, in Indonesia, the vehicle sharing service plays an important role on the EV market. For example, is the ride-hailing startup Grab and Hyundai, which launched the Grab Car electric service. Next slide. In Thailand, the government has set up a new roadmap to promote the EV adoption. Through various state agencies, the government targeted to manufacture around 2,050 250,000 EVs. In Malaysia, the National Automotive Policy has set up an initial target to manufacture 85% of vehicles produced locally to be EVs by 2020. While in Singapore, the government provides additional incentives for the purchase of environmentally friendly vehicles to support the cleaner energy vehicles by 2040. Next slide, please. To be concluded, our paper shows that the portfolio consists of top 7 enterprise stocks exhibit better performance during the pandemic. Our result supports the notion on the growing interest of investment in the EV stocks of ASEAN. Interestingly, the empirical evidence show that the EV stocks portfolio performance are not affected by market crashes during the pandemic. However, it is necessary for each investor to continuously monitor and adjust their portfolio due to the time-varying nature of risk and return trade-off. Next slide. Thank you for your kind attention. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. We have a question from the audience. He is asking, is it advisable to invest in the EV stock and also even after the pandemic?
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Razik, for the question. This is the question for Hari Sutanto, yeah, as in the chat. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hari Sutanto, for the question. As I have said before, and there will be also included in the full paper. Overall, the EV stocks are investable before and during the pandemic. There are several indication about that. The first indication is on the overall portfolio performance in the full research period. The Sharpe ratio shows that the expected return accounted for over the standard deviation. So we have the excess return more than the risk that we have to be bared. And then the second note is on the before and during pandemic period. During the pandemic, interestingly, the stocks performance of EV stocks portfolio are higher in expected return while lower in the standard deviation. So this has become an interesting empirical evidence that the EV stocks are we could say much more investable during the pandemic than before the pandemic. And then the third note is on the market dynamics of EV stocks. Overall, the cost of the highest cost of EV spare part, which is the EV battery, is decreased significantly. So it may lead to a subtraction to the overall EV cost. And then the second is although there is a pandemic and there is a complete lockdown in 2 months of the 2020, but in the later months, the increasing demand happened, and then overall, the EV EV producers did not suffer as much. And then by the policy, also the government policy, there are many countries that have been implementing the policy which supported the low emission vehicles, or in precisely is in the EVs vehicles. Thank you very much for the question, Dr. Razik.
Thank you. I hope that answered the question. I actually have another question for you, because I noticed from the model, there are actually some of the stock that's doing quite well during the COVID. Can you explain what could be the case?
Okay, I need to check my paper plus first. There are stocks that, okay, so during the pandemic, the stocks optimal portfolio weights are changed. Maybe we could say significantly, yeah, except for the Toyota Motor, because the Toyota Motor still accounted for the most weight of optimal portfolio. If we could say it in the optimal portfolio performance framework by Markowitz, this is basically based on the trade-off between risk and also the return. So overall, the Toyota Motor held the most stable performance before and during pandemic, because the overall risk and return trade-off is the highest one among the other stocks. And then for the second one, which differs significantly, is the Star 8, which before the pandemic, it accounted for the second most the biggest optimal portfolio weight, but during the pandemic, it became the third lowest, the third lowest optimal portfolio weight. So during the pandemic, the Star 8 has been there are occurrences that make the Star 8 companies' performance are much, what we could say, maybe not worse, but much better before the pandemic. This is maybe due to the demand on the every or in the each companies. Maybe that's what I could say.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker, who is Amy Gui from Climate Works Australia.
Thanks for the introduction, Dr. Razik, and good morning all, and thank you for attending this session, especially during this challenging time, and thanks to the conference organizing committee and ASEAN Center for Energy to provide this opportunity. And thanks to ASEAN Climate Change and Energy Project ACCEPT and our ASEAN Center for Energy colleagues for their support to this study. In this session, we'll explore some of the conditions for niche technologies to develop and be scaled up through experimenting, learning, and innovating in ASEAN context through a strategic niche management lens. Next slide, please. Next, please. Thank you. I'll start with a brief introduction to the organization I work for. I'm leading the energy system work at Climate Works Australia, an independent not-for-profit organization aiming to bridge research and action to achieve the system-level transitions required for net zero emissions across Australia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific, aligned with the Paris Agreement limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. We work within Monash Sustainable Development Institute, currently having offices in Melbourne and Jakarta. Can we go to slide 6, please? Slide 6. Yeah, thank you. I'll firstly provide some context for this work. ASEAN has abundant renewable energy potential in wind, solar, hydro, biothermal, bioenergy and geothermal and other RE resources. But still over 80% of regional energy demand comes from fossil fuels. And over 38 gigawatt coal-fired power plants have been planned to be added over the next 10 years, despite its large carbon footprint and asset stranding risks. On a positive note, there have been rapid development of renewable energy in some countries in the last few years, supported by favorable policy environment. We, however, have observed very different experience in renewable energy development, for example, solar and wind, and the different characteristics in their pathways to maturity of niche technologies in the ASEAN context, diverging widely from experiences in the global north. This suggests that place-specific factors, for example, technical and institutional capacity, knowledge and networking that are crucial for the development of the niche technologies in the early stage are lacking among ASEAN member states. So through the joint study by ClimateWorks and the ASEAN Center for Energy to assess regional needs in energy and climate to implement NDCs, we have explored objectives and processes in decision and policy making in energy and climate space, so to allow long-term strategy formation and the coordination of actions to set up, manage, and evaluate niche experiments that are crucial to the low carbon energy transition. Next slide, please. So what is strategic niche management and why is it relevant to the energy transition in ASEAN? Strategic niche management refers to the process of managing niche formation processes through real-life experiments. So in the energy context, niches can refer to technologies and practices in renewable energy efficiency, demand-side technology, EVs, smart grids, hydrogen, CCUS, and many more. So all these niches are critical to enable system-level transition. However, they are expected to develop and mature at different paces in each ASEAN country. And the diversity of ASEAN countries at different level of energy market conditions, policy settings, and socio-economic context provide perfect environment for niche experiments to take place and develop. Through these experiments, it's also possible to establish a learning process to facilitate knowledge building, deepen the learning effects, broaden the experiment in different policy and market contexts, and scale up successful experiments at the regional level to facilitate the adoption of new technologies. Next slide, please. Guided by transition management framework, we structured our interviews and survey questionnaire at 3 levels. So at the strategic level, questions are formed to reflect leadership priorities, ambitions, and goals in the changing context. The tactical level targets existing institutions, regimes, and structures to identify challenges and needs, and allowing for negotiation processes and broader stakeholder interaction. The operational level relates to implementation and execution. Next slide, please. So we received a total of 21 interviews from Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Environment within ASEAN member states, and 48 surveys. We then transcribed this information to synthesize the report. We'll delve into some of the key findings next. Next slide, please. So it's no doubt that global climate change landscape is changing, particularly responding to demands from international investors and the global climate movement led by ASEAN's neighboring countries, for example, the US, Japan, China, South Korea. This has been well acknowledged by ASEAN leaders and stakeholders. So all respondents expected that domestic and international investments in clean energy and climate will increase, together with the enhanced political will to make more ambitious climate commitments. This converging expectations can help to bring actors together and generate a common purpose for the initial stage of the niche development. The question for low carbon energy transition has really now moved from why to how. Next slide, please. We also asked the question, where do you see your country's goals and the priorities in energy and climate change conflict with each other or support each other? So the consensus among participants is built around better energy security, more foreign investment into climate energy change sector, and more access to energy. There is clear divergence in view in relation to whether energy will become more or less affordable, better or worse social welfare outcomes, improved or worsened physical positions. This is a clear sign that the economic impacts of low carbon energy transition are not well understood among respondents. And the skepticism may exist around renewable energies, socio-economic benefits, or individual countries' capacity to materialize these benefits. which is likely to continue to influence the course of energy transition in ASEAN into the next decade. Next slide, please. Survey and interview respondents also acknowledged that economic and governance challenge, particularly high cost of renewable energy, fossil fuel protectionism, and lack of competitive space for renewable energy present more obstacles than technical challenges. This also suggests that the pathway to maturity for niche technologies in ASEAN is not yet clear. And in this context, leadership and semi-coordinated actions are needed to bring about a substantial shift in leveling the playing field for new technologies and practices. Next slide, please. So the further development of these technologies will require to transform niche experiments from protected space to competitive space. Capacity building is needed for the development of innovative renewable energy and energy efficiency business models, technology transfer and development, and energy sector planning. This will help to achieve cost efficiencies through local production and economies of scale, promote the development of complementary technologies and skills, and stimulate changes in existing rules and practices, creating conditions for private sector participation. Next slide, please. These niche experiments will also need conducive ecosystem to flourish, including strong policy and institutional arrangement. For renewable energy, this may include a renewable energy target or a renewable portfolio standard supported by incentive mechanism, whether it's financial incentives, for example, feed-in tariffs or attractive PPAs, or non-financial incentives, for example, streamlining project framework, in permitting processes, land access, and the grid connection. So this initial protection will allow the private sector time, energy, and resources to gain competitiveness and help foster and scale up renewable energy investments and installation. Next slide, please. Niche experiments also require actors at all levels, government, business, industry, academia, and think tanks and communities to actively participate and collaborate to support their development. So knowledge networks and international best practices will facilitate technology development and capability building in ASEAN, which is essential in helping lower the cost of renewable energy and energy efficiency, support workforce transformation, local and regional industry development to support post-COVID greener economic recovery. Next slide, please. So in summary, niche experiments is a very important tool to help scale up technology adoption and therefore facilitate energy system transition through learning, repeating, and innovating in different contexts. So 3 levels of mechanism are identified, including identification of challenges and enabling conditions, knowledge and learning networks, and the convergence of expectations to facilitate the development of niche experiments. There are, of course, many opportunities in the development and deployment of emerging technologies and regional collaboration opportunities to help ASEAN to achieve its dual goals in energy and climate. I think I'll stop here if there is any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I invite the audience to, if there's any question, to ask Amy. Okay, since there's no question, I would like to thank all the participants and the speaker here and the audience for attending this conference. We have seen a lot of interesting presentation from climate change reporting, that is framework and policy to related to the climate and the energy. And we also see about the electric vehicle stocks and also framework to measure the readiness. And lastly, Amy presentation. So thank you very much. We will start the session 2 at 1 p.m. Thanks again.
you.
Welcome back to the first ASEAN International Conference on Energy and Environment. I hope that we had a fruitful discussion during the first session. And now we will begin the second session with a focus on transition on energy system and smart power distribution. Similar like the previous session, we will have two activities in this session, which are plenary lectures and live paper presentation sessions. First, for the plenary lecture on power sector in energy transition, we will have the presentation by Professor Taufik, who is a director of Electric Power Institute from Cal Poly State University. And followed by the second paper presentation session. During this session, we will have 5 paper presentations by the authors, namely Dr. Lukman Raimi from University Brunei Darussalam, John Charles Altomonte from Ateneo de Manila University, Satya Bama Tirunyanya from UTM OTEC University Technology Malaysia, Suksmo Satrio Pangarso from Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang, Indonesia, and Eri Nurcahyanto from Asia Pacific Energy Research Center. This session will be moderated by Dr. Roshan Thotam Kiamuge, lecturer of the University of Brunei Darussalam. Please enjoy the session too.
Hello, thank you again for the introduction. My talk today is going to be on DC House for Rural Electrification. Again, my name is Taufik. I'm currently a faculty member in the Electrical Engineering Department at Cal Poly State University in San Luis Obispo, USA. Here's the outline of my presentation today. The first is I'm going to go over why DC, and then secondly, what is DC House project? And third, it's going to be on components of the DC House system. And I'm going to go over the recent status of the project, as well as providing you with an example of how to apply the system in the off-grid electrical system. And finally, I'm going to close the presentation with a summary. So why DC? The answer to that is increasing number and uses of residential DC loads. And I'm providing you with 3 examples of electrical loads that are inherently DC. On the left, we have smartphones, and then we have LED lights, and as well as tablets. All 3 are showing increasing number of uses as years go by. And then what's important here is that although each single device may require just a small amount of energy, but if you consider the number of these devices, for example, smartphone, then the energy that is required to operate this device or to charge these devices will be significant. For example, a smartphone. It is expected that around 2 billion smartphones are going to be used by the year of 2021. And if every single smartphone is requiring 5 volts at 1 amp, and we charge it for 1 hour, and then you multiply that by 2 billions, then then the total energy required to power this smartphone would be about 10 gigawatt hours, and that's not a small number, as you could imagine. And then another reason why DC has become important recently because of the technology that's advancing. In this case, one technology that relates strongly to this increasing use of DC or DC loads will be USB Type-C. Right? And this is the type of USB that has a target power of 100 watts, even though it's not quite there yet. But imagine if one USB port can power up to 100 watts, right? Then you can start thinking about a bigger DC load that is being powered by USB-C. And as we know, USB is operating with DC voltage. And here's some numbers that I ran some time ago to compare the percentage of DC loads in a typical residential home in the US, right? If you compare year 2000, about 20% of the electrical load in a typical residential house would require DC, but by the year 2018, that number goes up to about 30%. And there's another discussion that relates to why DC is the fact that DC devices that we have at home must be charged through a wall outlet, and this wall outlet provides AC. And since our DC devices obviously will require DC, therefore, in order to go from the wall outlet to the DC devices, has to go through some kind of a converting process from AC to DC, and this is what we call adapter, right? So you plug in the adapter, and the adapter will does this job of converting AC to DC. And in the process, unfortunately, of converting AC to DC, we might encounter between 17 to 35% loss. So that's not a small loss, right? Considering the number of DC devices that we have in the house, right? And just to give you an idea of how significant this loss is, again, if you are connecting or plugging the DC device into the wall outlet, and let's just say the loss is 5%, right? Perhaps this number is small, right? Perhaps this number is small, but if you count the number of devices around the world, this number will not look to be small anymore. For example, right, a tablet consumes about 12 kilowatt hour per year, and if there are 760 million tablets, as we saw earlier in the graph by 2016, then if you multiply this number, 760 millions, times 12 kilowatt hour per year, and then 5% of that represents loss, will give us around 480 gigawatt hour per year. As you can see, the 5%, when you multiply by the number of these devices, gives us or produces quite a significant loss per year. Same thing with, for example, a smartphone, which on average consumes about 4.2 kilowatt hour per year, and we have about 2.71 billion in 2019. If again the loss is 5% while you're charging it, then that's 5% would produce around 599 gigawatt hour per year. Again, a big number, right? And if you add the two, right? If you add the two losses, then the amount of losses from just from these two devices will amount to an equivalent of 12 units of 10 megawatt power plants that's operating 24/7 for the entire year. So imagine that, right? Here's another reason why DC, the increasing use of renewables, especially solar PV, right? More and more people are putting solar panels on their rooftop. And as we know, solar panels produces DC, and the numbers is growing. As you can see, the number is growing for people using rooftop solar panels, right? And these solar panels, of course, represents a DC source rather than AC, right? And if we have DC loads, then it would be better to have a one-stage conversion from our DC source, which is our solar panel, into our DC loads, right? Through a DC to DC converter, rather than our current system where we have a solar panel, then we invert it into AC with about 23 to 28% loss. And then from there, once we get the AC, since the load is DC, we convert it back into DC, from AC to DC converter. And that, as I said earlier, introduces between 17 and 35% loss, additional 17 to 35% loss, before we can use another DC to DC converter to match the DC load. And of course, this DC to DC converter has also a loss associated with it. All right, the DC House project is a project that I started in 2010 to develop a residential DC electrical system. The initial goal is, again, to develop an alternative solution to existing rural electrifications technologies where we can use DC electricity directly for DC loads, and offering seamless integration of one or more small-scale renewable energy sources to provide the electricity. Right? And then this is not a new idea, right? We know that Edison had this DC electricity or DC electrical system a long time ago. But here, what we want is to expand previous ideas with a more comprehensive approach, right, such as a scalable, reliable, flexible, expandable, as well as affordable system by utilizing multiple small-scale. So this is the key word right there, small-scale renewable energy sources. And it is a bottom-up approach to rural electrifications, right? On a smaller scale, for example, DC house systems could be a solar lighting box. On a residential scale, a DC house system is a standalone off-the-grid house. And on a bigger scale, a DC house system could be a network of locally powered DC houses. When it comes to rural electrifications, right, one size doesn't fit all, right? Different areas, different rural areas may have different type of renewable energy, different scale of renewable energy, right? They might not have a big water stream, only smaller ones, or maybe the wind is not that much, but it could be still tap into to provide with some level of electricity. And so again, one size doesn't fit all, right? So therefore, for places where current or existing solutions may not fit well, we need to come up with some kind of an alternative solution, right? For example, we need, for a small scale and more adaptive solution that is reliable, right? Meaning every house will have their own local energy source. Scalable means power capacity to each house could be adjusted per needed basis. Multiple means every house may have more than one energy sources. And expandable accommodates electrical network of several nearby houses to form a local grid. Reachable, meaning utilizes renewable energy sources, which are crucial for areas unreachable by the main grid. And finally, flexible, which could be used in conjunction with the legacy AC system, creating a hybrid AC-DC system. Here's the simplified block diagram of the DC house project. You can see we have three different components of the DC house project, starting from the sources, and then the interface, and then the load itself, right? And keep in mind that these sources are small or low scale or low power, right? Small sources. And we could have multiple. It doesn't have to be one source. It could be two, it could be three. You can have as many small sources as you want connected into this interfacing system, which I call MISO, which stands for multiple input, single output system. And then the energy collected from these smaller sources can now be combined into one single DC bus that's feeding our load, which is the DC house. And on the interfacing side, as I said earlier, we have what we call MISO, which is multiple input, single output. And that box or that component right there is none other than a DC to DC converter that is able to take in multiple inputs and produces just one single output to a DC bus. And on the load side, the technology that we can develop on the load side could include, for example, smart wall plug. I'll talk about it more briefly. USB-C plug, we talk about having the USB-C technology. All right, this picture shows you the idea behind smart wall plug for the DC house system. Another challenge with the DC house system is that DC load is not standardized, right? Unlike AC. In AC, Asian countries may, for example, they're running 220 volt AC, whereas in the US, for example, we are running 115 volts or 120 volt AC, and all the appliances and the loads are standardized to those voltages. But DC loads are different, right? Devices that are running DC, they have different requirement for the DC voltage input. Right? For example, some DC requires 12 volts, some DC loads require 5 volts, 24 volts, what have you. So it would not be wise to have different wall socket for different DC voltage, because that would be confusing, right? So the idea here is to be able to output or to be able to have a smart wall plug, right, where the wall plug is smart enough to be able to determine the type of voltage that would be outputted, right, into a load. So let's say if you are connecting or plugging in a DC load, or let's say a 9 volt DC load, right? As soon as you plug in the 9 volt DC load, then the system behind this smart wall plug will be able to output that 9 volt safely. One application that we can use the DC house is for what we call DC grid with distributed renewable energies, right? Where you have centralized DC bus providing ways to energy to be exchanged between different houses. So imagine if every single house is a DC house, right? And then every single house is connected to the other houses by a DC bus, right? And so by doing so, we will be able to exchange power from one house to another house. And this will be useful for the case where we have villages with clustered houses, such as these pictures right here. Okay, this picture shows you the advantage of using distributed energy sources, right, rather than a centralized system. Right? The distributed energy sources could be provided, for example, by the DC house system. On the right here, you can see that every single house is a DC house with their own solar panels, rooftop solar panels, right? And they're connected to other houses by using the one single DC bus network, such as this, right? Whereas on the left, you can see this is a centralized system where you have, for example, a big, large-scale energy source, such as hydropower or solar farm or wind farm. This slide shows several DC house prototypes around the world. The first is at Cal Poly itself. You can see that's the house with the solar panel, and there's actually a small wind turbine back there. And then we have another one in West Java, specifically at Pajajaran University, right there. That's the house, or the DC house. And right here, we have also one in the Philippines, right, at Technological Institute of the Philippines, TIP. I spent a month there building the house with the students and faculty there in Quezon City, Philippines. And lastly, we have also this DC house system installed at one of the Regency offices in West Java, right, where we combine a small-scale wind turbine with small-scale solar panel. As a summary, residential DC loads will become increasingly prevalent in types and capacity, and coupled with increasing use of PVs, the need for developing residential DC electrical systems to facilitate the efficient use of DC sources and loads becomes crucial. Residential DC electrical system offers an alternative solution to rural electrifications and lays down the necessary platform for future, for example, hybrid AC-DC house. There's still a lot to be done to develop across various disciplines. But on the software side, for example, if you're interested in the software side, we need help on energy management system for monitoring and controls of sources and loads in DC house and hybrid AC-DC house. We also need help on energy management system for monitoring and controls of power exchange in DC house grid with distributed renewables. And yeah, we also need help on finding the effective way of achieving the target voltage for the smart DC wall plugs. And these are a list of references. And with that, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Here's my info. And we also have a website for you to check if you like, you know, to see further info on the project. And with that, I conclude my presentations. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, Excellency, distinguished guests, and all the audience. I again welcome you all to the first ASEAN Conference on Energy and Environment. I am Roshan Tatagumunge from University Brunei Dar es Salaam, and I am the moderator for this session. So this is our second session of this conference, and also I hope you had a good lunch break after our first session. So the theme of this session is the transition energy system and smarter power distribution. Also, I would like to remind you that you all can ask a question by posting them in the live discussion box in this platform. The question will be posted to the speaker at the end of each presentation. So let me introduce our first speaker, John Charles Altamonte from Ateneo de Manila University. He's going to talk on adapting the institutional analysis and development framework for microgrid integration in the Philippines. Please, John, this is your platform to start your speech.
Thanks, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Great. So thank you for the introduction, Dr. Roshan. So I'll be talking about specifically the state of microgrid integration in the Philippines, really to better understand its challenges, its bottlenecks, and its opportunities, primarily using the institutional analysis and development framework. Can we go to the next slide, please? So really just for a quick overview of how the presentation is going to go, I'll do a little bit of introduction, which will talk a little bit about the background of Philippine energy, what microgrids are exactly, and what the IAD framework is. Then we'll go on to the case study, we'll look at the results analysis, and of course the conclusions, findings, and recommendations. So next slide, please. So really quickly on the Philippine energy mix, it is fossil fuel dominated, with coal and oil comprising about, and natural gas, coal and oil comprising about 55.3% of the total primary energy supply, and natural gas comprising an additional 5.7%. So it's primarily fossil fuel dominated. Energy demand is projected to grow at a steady clip at around 4.4%, while still retaining a dominant fossil fuel mix in the energy supply. So the country is 94% electrified, but if we look at rural areas, the electrification rate drops to 74%, which really highlights certain discrepancies with urban prioritization. The Philippines has historically been a net energy importer, relying on crude oil and coal importations. It is only really in the last decade that indigenous energy has risen to provide a slight majority. So this heavy reliance on imported energy leaves the Philippines vulnerable to oil supply disruptions, oil price fluctuations, and geopolitical dynamics that shapes the countries that export energy. Similarly, the country's transmission infrastructure is aging, having a service lifespan of over 20 years, with little to no maintenance to extend this. Natural disasters are also highly destructive. For example, in 2017, a swarm of earthquakes damaged several power plants and transmission lines, really reflecting the need for increased resiliency in the energy sector. Next slide, please. So I'll do a little bit of an overview with the Philippine energy laws. So generally, EPIRA, the first on the left, or the the Power Industry Reform Act, really reformed the entire industry. It really shapes the industry as we see it today. It's been, the EPIRA Act was patterned after those previously done in other countries. However, despite improvements in electrification, for example, prices have remained relatively high, the second highest in Asia, for example, while energy reliability and security remain a concern. The Biofuels Act, currently it really directs the usage of biofuels. The Philippines still struggles to meet this mandate. For example, we still import a large amount of ethanol rather than producing it with indigenous supply. And really, the crux of all renewable energy development in the Philippines, the RE Act, the Renewable Energy Act, really promotes the development, utilization, and commercialization of renewable energy resources. The actual implementation, however, has been sluggish. The feed-in tariff was implemented several years after the other mechanisms, up to more than a decade after. The permitting process as well, attached to renewable energy projects, has been a significant deterrent towards their uptake in the Philippines. In some cases, permitting alone can take up to 3 years. So this is a potential reason we've seen much less development of renewable energy resources in the Philippines as compared to other countries in the ASEAN region. And very recently, we also signed the ENERCON Act, RA 11285, which institutionalizes energy efficiency and conservation. So within the context of microgrids particularly, there is a section focused on demand-side management. And as we'll see in the next slide, when we discuss microgrids, managing of demand is one of the primary functions and services that a microgrid does provide. Can we go to the next slide, please? So really here is a quick diagram to show how we'll be housing future discussions of microgrids. So the concept of a microgrid really is quite variable in nature. In this particular study, we'll be using the Philippine Department of energy, their definition, is used such that it refers to a group of interconnected loads and the defined electrical boundaries that act as a single controllable entity with respect to the grid. So a microgrid can connect and disconnect from the main grid, which enables it to operate both in grid connected mode or in island mode, that is apart from grid. So the uptake and development of microgrids has greatly increased over the years, bolstered in no small part by the decline of renewable energy prices, particularly solar panels. Next slide, please. So this, for example, is one case study of a microgrid in the Philippines in Puerto Princesa. It actually is the largest hybrid off-grid microgrid in Southeast Asia. So really the case for microgrid deployment in the Philippines is a neat matching of benefits with issues. So microgrids are efficient, provide low-cost energy, they improve energy security and grid reliability, all of which are issues as I previously discussed. So microgrid data is extremely limited in the Philippines. Currently, the Department of Energy has no centralized database on existing microgrid deployments. Next slide, please. Let's now look into the IAD framework, or the Institutional Analysis and Development Framework, and how we're applying that to this particular study. So it really is an outlay of different interconnected variables, really, that help to understand institutional arrangements, right? How do we look at the context and identify action situations and actors to then evaluate outcomes and interactions? Can we go to the next slide, please? So really, we've adapted the methodology to focus specifically on microgrids and focus very specifically on the case study, right? Which would be Ayala Alabang Village in Muntinlupa City here in the Philippines. Where data gathering was really done through key informant interviews and online surveys, and then, which then underwent a qualitative analysis, really plugging in the variables essentially into this adapted methodology, into this adapted framework. Can we go to the next slide, please? So really, we're going to take a look at the context, right? Because the IAD framework is all about understanding the contextual factors. And so we'll be looking at physical and material conditions, which here mean the physical and human resources related to providing the goods and services within the context of microgrids. We saw that generally these conditions were split into two: enabling conditions and restrictive conditions. So for enabling conditions, technological components were all readily available. They were almost all imported from diesel gensets to solar panels to batteries to smart controllers. We also saw almost an oversupply of technical capacity, where some solar suppliers, for example, even stated that they would import, so to speak, or to send engineers to other countries to work on projects there, just because we have a lot of engineers available here in the Philippines. Now, for restrictive conditions, there's a distinct lack of financing options for customers. A lot of the cost is borne by the end user, specifically, for example, for solar installations. And there's a distinction between urban and rural distribution utilities, where the urban utilities really have the capacity to develop these sorts of systems, such as microgrids, and even just renewable energy deployments, whereas rural distribution utilities really have struggled to do the same. Can we go to the next slide, please? So for community attributes, if you look at the right, really most users were aware of their electricity expenditure, they prioritized reduction, and they treated energy security as a concern. However, there were significant barriers, for example, to purchasing solar panels, which was sort of key when looking at the homeowners in this particular case study, because of the ease in which solar panels can be integrated into a potential microgrid system. So for almost the vast majority of barriers, cost was listed. So again, a financial barrier. Again, can we go to the next slide, please? So for the rules in use, really these are the primary mechanisms involved in terms of regulation. The net metering program, which does have a 100 kilowatt peak limit. Export, however, is at blended generation rates, so about half, essentially, of the rate that would be paid to the distribution utility, which again, we'll talk about that later on. So the net metering program The retail competition is open access, however, minimum 750 kilowatt peak, so outside the scope of most residential end users. And of course, a qualified third party, which can come in and install and deploy and operate a microgrid outside of the distribution utility doing so, but these are only for remote and unviable areas. So most grid-tied areas would be exempt from the qualified third party. So there are really no policies in place for implementing an actual grid-tied microgrid, which will be an issue as well. Again, we'll talk about that later on. Can we go to the next slide, please? So really for the analysis, in the action arena, we see that there is some incongruence with regards to the perception of microgrids. Most people don't understand what a microgrid is. And of course, this comes from a lack of direction from government, where we really don't have clear standards, regulations, and policies surrounding microgrids. So the concept of a microgrid in the community and in those interviewed really is that of an off-grid microgrid. So the on-grid modality really has been neglected, and it's poorly understood. And most people really quite default to that sort of off-grid microgrid where they're thinking of island scenarios, for example, with diesel gen sets and solar power. There's also lack of information, again, stemming from a top-down approach where lack of top-level policy and regulation has led to this lack of information and understanding of that concept of a microgrid. And really the outcome of this was that there has been really no progress towards a microgrid in, say, communities that have access to the grid and that have expressed willingness to develop a microgrid in that particular area. So if we look at the evaluative criteria as accountability, we can see really, again, the question that is raised is that the lack of information from the homeowner's perspective, coupled with the lack of initiative from technology providers, really may promote another issue, which is where is this information coming from? Where should it come from? Where should this transparency be coming from as well? So we can safely assume that accountability is impaired within this case study, at least from the perspective of the end user. And for a top-down approach, it is really important to further assess the strength, for example, of current institutional capacities. Weak structures really do inhibit policy success. So a bottom-up approach, for example, may be considered. For example, capacitating the actors in particular action arenas. So the end users, the technology providers, which may enable them to move past sort of that ideation phase and move on towards actually implementing microgrid projects. Next slide, please. So really to conclude, there are two main barriers. We see them being regulatory and financial in nature. So of course, with regulatory, the lack of franchise rights, for example, have provided a major barrier with the distribution utility holding an unequal amount of weight and decision-making power. There really is no direct policy, which of course really hampers growth. And for financial barriers, there's limited access to financing mechanisms, whether that's from subsidies from a government level, stemming from a lack of policy, or even banks willing to finance sort of these projects because they're so new and there's a lot of uncertainty involved. The value proposition of DERs is not so appealing, given certain restrictions, for example, net metering and blended export charges, etc. So however, despite all these barriers, technological availability and capacity are not an issue, which could provide a significant opportunity moving forward. So really the structured approach that this framework has provided to sort of analyze this particular case study from microgrid integration it seems to be quite valuable. And I think generally for future studies, I think the framework can be adapted further to really drill down into very specific scenarios, really to understand better and to pinpoint further where can we optimize policy and regulation to further increase microgrid uptake. So really the study does offer a foundation, for example, from which policymakers can begin to explore in order to solve the identified barriers. And that really concludes my presentation. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. And I'm really looking forward to looking at all of your questions.
Thank you very much, John, for your nice presentation, nice and interesting presentation. So now we are moving to our second speaker. Dr. Lukman Raimi from University Brunei Darussalam. He's going to talk about perception of energy resource efficiency for sustainable development in developing context of Nigeria, implication for an enterprise development in the energy sector. Please, Dr. Lukman, start the speech.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this conversation. As rightly mentioned, I will be speaking to us on a very important issue, which is a nexus between energy resources efficiency and sustainable development from the context of oil-dependent economy of Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria is not a member of the ASEAN, but is an oil-producing country, and whatever the findings are will, of course, impact policies also in ASEAN. So what we have put together is actually a perception survey, because economics look at the world, from a very broad perspective. But for those of us who are management scholars, we look at issues from a very micro perspective. So we use perception as survey. We actually elicited the opinions of energy users, and we now use their views to shape the conversation. Next slide. So I will speak to us based on the outline before us: introduction, problem statement, research objective. Then I will conclude with implications and the further research direction. Next slide. Yeah, the motivation for this particular conversation is actually informed by three considerations. The first one is that energy resources efficiency is a front burner issue in Nigeria and, of course, globally. Secondly, our discussion fits within the confine of this particular conference. And lastly, we believe that insightful recommendation and findings will actually enrich policy, both in Nigeria and other parts of the world. Next slide. So the problem statement, in line with the best practice in research, is that in Nigeria, there is what we can call inefficiency in the delivery of energy resources. The country is blessed with vast energy resources. According to the literature, we have 11 energy resources. And in terms of reliability, stability, safety, and the like, literature said there's much to be desired. As we speak, 40% of the population have access to electricity, while 70% depend on firewood with serious health consequences. So there is need to really look at the problem. What exactly are the issues? Then we provide solution that will actually lead to energy efficiency and, of course, sustainable development. Next slide. So the objective of this particular perception survey are essentially three. We want to look at the perception of the energy users with regards to energy efficiency. Secondly, we want to look at the effect of energy resource efficiency on the triple themes of sustainable development, that is the environmental, the social, and of course the economic. And finally, we want to look at the implication on enterprise development in the energy sector. Next slide. Next. So this particular research actually made use of a positivist research method, which is quantitative. We use survey to gather data from respondents, and we analyze the data using descriptive and inferential statistics. So from the literature, some things emerge. I mentioned earlier on, Nigeria has 11 energy resources, and they have different degrees of utilization and efficiency. Next slide. Next. Next slide. So the conceptual framework is actually shown before you. We looked at the relationship between energy resource efficiency, which is the independent variable, and the sustainable development, which is the dependent variable. I mentioned earlier on that literature actually states that sustainable development can effectively be measured using the triple bottom line: economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. So this particular frame is actually driven by two theories. The first one is, of course, the X efficiency theory, which talks about inefficiency and things that can bring about inefficiency in society. And the second theory is, of course, the resource cost theory, which shows that if a nation has abundant energy resources and the resources are not actually used effectively and efficiently, is going to lead to what is called Dutch disease. That is why you have abundant resources, you will live in poverty, penury, and of course, underdevelopment. Next slide. Next. So this particular slide actually explains the nexus between the two theories. Inefficiency set in because of the following reasons mentioned by X efficiency theory. In trying to move natural resources to what we can call secondary energy resources, there are inefficiency in capacity utilization, etc., and that leads to inefficiency. Next slide. So this is our model. We actually came up with a regression model with the following variables. As I've mentioned, energy resource efficiency is the independent variable, while economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability are the dependent variable. So because we are looking at the nexus between energy resources efficiency and these triple themes, so we came up with three models: model 1, model 2, and model 3, so that we look at the effect differently. Next slide. So these are the descriptive. Move on, up to summary of findings. So these are descriptive of the perception. Yeah, descriptive. Continue. Yeah, this is the correlation. So from the correlation, we can see that there is a positive relationship between energy resources efficiency and the triple bottom line of sustainable development. But it is not sufficient to conclude using correlation analysis, so went further to do a regression analysis. Next slide. So this is the explanation of the correlation. Next. Next. Yeah. Go ahead. These are the table. Yeah. So summary of findings. So from the 154 respondents, we were able to generate the following findings, which actually justified our research objective. Number one, from Nigeria's 11 energy resources, the energy users stated that fuel wood, of course, is the most rated to be stable, available, and of course, secure. And the least was hydropower. So when you measure in terms of stability, reliability, safety, etc. The second finding is that energy resource efficiency has a significant positive effect on sustainable development of Nigeria's energy resources. For those who know Nigeria very well, the bulk of our economic strength is actually from energy resources. So this particular find is actually consistent. We use the earnings from energy resources to provide for other sectors of the economy, to run the budget, and of course to provide infrastructure. So the second finding stipulates that energy resource efficiency also has a significant positive effect on social sustainability. When it comes to social issues like poverty issues, unemployment, welfare, social security, and what have you, the state in Nigeria actually depended on energy resources earning from the federal government to actually provide social amenities. And more importantly, with regards to the nexus between energy resources and environmental sustainability, the findings also give us a positive relationship. In other words, there is a nexus between energy resource efficiency and environmental sustainability. In Nigeria, as we speak, there are so many things in the National Assembly that relates to environmental issues, on pollution, on gas flaring, etc. So in recent times, all this came about because of the need to make energy environmentally sustainable. So these particular findings are actually consistent, but cannot be generalized as a representative of the situation in Nigeria, because secondary data proved otherwise. But we decided not to use the secondary data because we feel that the energy users themselves, from individual perspective, matters a lot. That is why this research has actually employed a perception survey. Next slide. So there are a number of implications in this particular findings. Number one, the findings stipulates that to attain energy resource efficiency, we need to use our energy resources, the 11 energy resources, in a manner that is environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable, leveraging what X efficiency theory actually teaches, that we should avoid leakages, waste in terms of production, delivery, and of course, consumption. Also, when we have high level X efficiency, then the energy utilization, of course, will lead to the following: energy stability, reliability, safety, security, etc., which of course will have implication on other sectors of the economy. Number three, energy resource efficiency, when guaranteed, of course, is going to increase the GDP, boost citizens' welfare and livelihood, and of course attracts foreign direct investment into other areas. As we speak, we focus more on the crude oil, while others have not been optimally utilized. So if we have energy efficiency, we are going to attract foreign direct investment, which of course is going to lead to more development. And number four, the multiplier effect of foreign direct investment will increase employment for the citizens, will actually impact further on poverty reduction, of course, will make our international trade more better, and of course, lead to more economic cooperation. And more importantly, when we attain energy efficiency, we are going to move steadily towards actualization of the sustainable development goals. Next slide. Yeah, as I have said, this is a perception survey. And when something is a perception survey, it cannot be generalized because the sample, of course, is very, very limited. Although those we elicited their views are professionals in Lagos Chamber of Commerce, they are highly informed, but they're notwithstanding 154 respondents is statistically inadequate and unrepresentative. But their views are actually eye-opener. Also, we made use of purposive sampling because we actually went out to elicit views of experts, those who are knowledgeable, so using purposive sampling. And more importantly, we advise that future research should actually consider the use of secondary data on consumption, energy production, earnings from oil, and also carbon emission and other social welfare indicators to be able to establish better the nexus between energy resource efficiency and the triple themes of sustainable development. So thank you for your rapt attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lukman, for your nice presentation. So we will move to our next presenter, Next presenter is Satyabama Thirunyana from University Technology Malaysia. She's going to talk about Rankine cycle design for 10 megawatt OTEC system in Malaysia. Satyabama, please start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roshan, for the introduction. I would like to take this opportunity to also congratulate and thank the organizing committee of first AICEE. I'm Satyabama T. Thirunyana, the director of UTM Ocean Thermal Energy Center, together with the co-authors and our research team. We'll be presenting to you the title Rankine Cycle Design for 10 megawatt OTEC system in Malaysia. So I would like to take this opportunity to also acknowledge our collaborator, IOES, Institute Ocean Energy, Saga University, Japan. All right, thank you. And move on to the next slide, please. So this is the outline of my talk today, OTEC, the motivation, why are we focusing, and some introduction, and why Malaysia being the potential site. Okay. And some performance analysis of the 10 megawatt OTEC, some research findings, and the way forward for environmental, especially environmental sustainability. Yeah, the next slide, please. All right, I'm unable to use my pointer. Okay, yes. All right, so this is actually the motivation, some introduction. Why are we all very much focused on renewable energy and OTEC in this particular context? This is a report by the International Energy Agency, IEA. And it's quite recent, in May 2021, this year. So if we see, these are the keywords that majority of the renewable energy stakeholders are talking about, especially governments, ONG, companies, industries, and so on. So net zero and by 2050. Yeah. So the keyword here, net zero and 2050, I would like to focus on. And if you look at this comprehensive further into the report, it also shows you the fuels and the technologies that are going to come up. Of course, several presenters already mentioned microgrids, solar PV, and also hydrogen economy and so on. So we can all get more insights on that. So moving on to the next slide, please. Yeah, so another article here, the edge markets, and this was last year, however, it was the December 2020, whereby this oil and gas company, Petronas, to deploy low carbon solutions towards 2050 aspiration. So meaning the keyword that I highlighted just now, net zero, and we see to 2050 again here, and we also see low carbon solutions. So these are some of the motivation why we talk about ocean thermal energy conversion. Yeah, moving on. There are some more examples. Another article by the Boston Consulting Group. This is how China can achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. They are having another different pledge, and it's by 2060. However, 2050 and 2060 is not so far away. So meaning to say, the whole world, all the giants in the world are talking about similar keywords. Moving on, please. And carbon neutrality is another keyword, yeah. Net zero, carbon neutrality. And the article from IEEE Spectrum here specifically confirms, this was in 2021, March, whereby the projected marine fuel to be used by 2050, whereby if we are well versed with the context, current context, majority of the fuels, yeah, by the marine are using ammonia and also other fossil fuel fuels. So in this context, how can we produce green ammonia, which I would like to correlate with the green hydrogen? So this graph, specifically highlights that the time span until 2050, how the transformation is going to take into place, and the energy mix that's going to come in the world, in our society, because we are part of the world. So I would like to take this visual small diagram at the right bottom there. They are trying to say using photovoltaic and wind turbine, connecting it to the grid, with the transmission cable, and then transmitting it to the electrolysis and to produce green and green ammonia and green hydrogen. So, and then the shipment takes place, and logistics and so on. So we would like to highlight and focus and emphasize that we would like to replace those with ocean thermal energy conversion. Why? Specifically because we are in the tropics. We are not in the temperate zone, whereby we don't have much of wind. And solar is okay, but we still need to think of energy mixture. So solar cannot sustain by itself, so we need other forms of renewable energy. So that's where we come into place and champion or anchor the idea of ocean thermal energy conversion. Please, next slide, please. So we have seen all the motivation why we are doing that, because that's the way forward for sustainable development and, to achieve all the SDGs. Okay, so why Malaysia? So this is an introduction about renewable energy and OTEC in Malaysia. Many of you may already know, but I would like to cut short. So we are already applied and embarked on a project with the Japanese government called the Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development, called SATREPS. And the project title Hybrid OTEC project to develop OTEC Malaysia model. And this is funded by the JICA JST. I would like to acknowledge them, and also Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. So this is a 5-year project to do the technical validation and business viability of the hybrid, specifically hybrid OTEC system. So you may think, what is hybrid OTEC and what is OTEC? So hybrid OTEC, we are trying to anchor the most advanced OTEC system in the world, one of the kind. So we are focused on that. So once we complete, or along the way, we've already started to visualize and do some study on the future and the way forward for OTEC in Malaysia and also in the world by having commercial OTEC plants in the scale of 10 megawatt or 100 megawatt. So please, next slide, please. So this is just to give you a visual idea where, so you can see that ocean thermal potential, worldwide potential of the ocean thermal energy driven, especially the development of energy, and we focus on or advocate that hydrogen, especially the green hydrogen and green ammonia, is in trend and in demand. And the water and food supply will also be the revenue stream, or rather the spin-off industries that can sustain the OTEC. So if you see this carefully, the map clearly shows that in the tropics, in the tropics, ocean thermal energy conversion has got a potential. And we are different from the temperate zone, the north and the south. So that's why wind, we don't have that much of wind, and it's not so viable to have wind farms. Or we can also think of a mixed energy spectrum to really have a mixture of many however, in the tropics, we would like to emphasize and say ocean thermal energy conversion is the way forward. Okay, next slide, please. So this one coming to Malaysia, where in Malaysia, many of you might be thinking, for ocean thermal energy conversion, we need to have, okay, this is just to show the Malaysia in the Sabah, which is close to Brunei and Sarawak, of course. So Malaysian EEZ, the potential sites. We have highlighted a few sites, which I don't want to dive into that in details, but we need to have the depth, water depth of at least about 1 kilometers down, to have the temperature difference. And we usually talk about the delta T to be at least 20 degrees C. Okay, so that would give, so the total OTEC potential area, which highlighted in the dark blue, is approximately 92,000 square kilometers, and the power that we can generate from that area, the water mass or the area that we always talk about, is about approximately 12 gigawatts. So for further details, you can look into this our paper that's already been published. All right, so please move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is to show the profile, the temperature profile, and these areas that I shown earlier, Tawau, Simpadan, Kalumpang, Layang-Layang, and Pulau Banggi, are some of the areas that has the potential, yeah, whereby the surface seawater is 27 degrees C, and the deep sea water at 600 meters depth, we get about 7 degrees C. So you can see the delta T being 20 degrees C. That is important for OTEC. The next slide, please. Okay, OTEC, the principle, I would like to quickly just go this, yeah, the principle of closed cycle OTEC, to generate electricity, and through the electricity, we can do electrolysis and to produce green ammonia, green hydrogen, you know, as per the demand. So stable, OTEC can supply stable power supply, which simply means 24/7. So the surface seawater, you know, goes into the system, the evaporator, to evaporate or change the phase of the ammonia, that's the working fluid that we use. With the 20 degrees C temperature difference, the best and the suitable working fluid is ammonia. So in a closed loop, it changes phase to vapor, and that vapor goes into the turbine to turn the turbine and then generate electricity. So, and that the working fluid, which is in the form of vapor just now, will be condensed using the deep sea water just now. So the vapor ammonia changes back to liquid, and this cycle goes on. Yeah, we can, you know, have a floating type of OTEC plant, an on-land OTEC plant, as per the demand and how, you know, the suitability of the site itself. So those are some of the ideas. Move on to the next slide. So this is similar, yeah, the heat exchangers we have confirmed, especially by our collaborators in Japan, that plate type heat exchangers, the evaporators and condensers are the best ones. So yeah, move on, next slide, please. So the TS diagram, whereby the temperature and the entropy diagram here shows that the process, yeah, is inclusive of isentropic and isobaric processes. And the working fluid, as I mentioned earlier, is ammonia. And then here, the point that I would like to really highlight is in the next slide, whereby the gross power is in this study. Next slide, please. Sorry. So in this study, we're talking about 10 megawatts. So this is just some design conditions that we have used. You know, what is the size of the heat exchanger and what are the temperature difference when we have, and so on, which connects us to the next slide. Please move on to the next slide. The graph which shows the temperature difference by having this 20 degrees C or more. So at least we must have 20 degrees C, the delta T, in order to have the temperature difference and to have the heat flux to do the work. Yeah. So using this steepest descent method, yeah, we can see that approximately if you go for 10 megawatt, we can get approximately the net power, we can get about 70 to 80%, having that delta T of 20 degrees C. So this is very profound, where I don't think any other technologies can do that. All right, move on please to the next. Okay, the conclusion here, there are potential sites in Sabah with surface seawater temperature 27 degrees C. Yeah, the temperature difference that I've been talking about, 20 degrees C, is vital. And the performance analysis of the 10 megawatt using the steepest descent method, we have confirmed that approximately the net power that we can obtain, 70 to 80% we can obtain the net power. Yeah, and renewable energy to be generated by an OTEC plant within the EEZ, of course, not limited to Malaysia, of course, Southeast Asia, you know, Indonesia has got the potential, Brunei has got the potential. So we can have the idea to bring in the energy mix, you know, not depending on one renewable source of renewable, to have the energy mix and By doing so, we'll be able to reach the target, target set by 2025 or 2050, and so on. Okay, next slide, please. So this last slide, I think, future plan for OTEC in Malaysia. So we need to have viable business model to sustain OTEC commercial plant. So that is where the other revenue streams come into place. And OTEC technology for education and talent development is vital. We are from higher education institutions, so that's our main focus and objective, to have the younger generation to pick it up. And then firm policy to sustain the OTEC technology is vital. So with that, I would like to thank you. And if we have time for any questions.
Thank you, Satyabama, for your informative and nice presentation. Due to the time restriction, we are going to move to our next presenter. Next presenter is the Susmo Satrio Pengaso from Universitas Diponegoro from Indonesia. Sorry if I pronounced wrongly. He's going to talk about the technical due diligence for mini hydro plant project in Indonesia. Okay, platform for you to start your speech. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Roslan and ACI. I am Susmo Satrio Pengaso from Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang, Indonesia. In this event, I would like to present a simple topic but important issue in renewable energy development in Indonesia. Our research with the title of the technical due diligence for mini hydropower plant project in Indonesia. Basically, the research consisted of two group or research stages. First, we determine the important variables for the technical due diligence for mini hydropower plant. The second one is to conduct a due diligence process for a mini hydropower plant in Indonesia. Next, please. The background of the research are, first, the investment cost of a mini hydropower plant project consists of equity portion and also debt portion. We already understand. Second one, there are many mini hydropower plant projects in Indonesia already signed a power purchase agreement or PPA, but not obtained a financial close yet. Third, the LCOA, levelized cost of energy of mini hydropower plant, is lower than others renewable energy power plant. The last one is Indonesia has a big potential resources of mini hydro. Next, please. This is the research background. Next. As we already mentioned before, that the research consists of two groups of research. In this event we only discuss about the technical due diligence process itself. Next, please. Yeah, there are 11 variables we already obtained from the reference, and we conducted a questionnaire to 20 technical experts with a background involving in minimum 2 mini hydropower plant project as an engineer in IPP, independent power producer, and also or as a consultant of mini hydropower plant. Next, please. These slides show us why the variable chosen for the technical due diligence process. There are 11 variables. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. We use the relative importance index method and the analytical hierarchical process method to obtain a risk rank and the weight of every variables. In this research, we obtained the result that the quality of the feasibility study and also detailed engineering design or civil work will be the most important variable and have a highest risk rank. It means they will have a biggest weight when we conduct the technical due diligence process. Next, please. After we determine the variables, we conducted a technical due diligence to 3 samples of mini hydropower plant project, which have a same type, same capacity, and all of them located at West Sumatra, Indonesia. So in this same location, basically. Next, please. Wow. After we determine the variables, we see we conducted technical due diligence to 3 samples. That's we use 5 stages of score. First, 1 is very poor, 2 is poor, 3 is fair, 4 is good, and 5 is excellent. The mini hydro power plant project have obtained minimum score 3 to pass the technical due diligence process. Next, please. In this slides, show the result of technical due diligence process. In this table, we got information that mini hydro number 3 until number 1 until number 3 have equal score in variable T1 feasibility study, but we can see mini hydro power plant number 2 has smaller score in catchment area compared with other. But we note that the rainfall for the mini hydro power plant number 2 is higher than others. What is mean? Basically, we have to consider the validity of the data of this mini hydro number 2 because basically because of the location is close is other to and they are in the different catchment area, but we have to also consider the potential geological risk regarding the information. In this next row, maybe this is too small, yeah. In this next row, we see that the DED MSPP number 2 obtained the lowest score, and because in this MSPP we got information that from the technical calculation, also the drawing, the MSPP mini hydropower plant number 2 is designed for 8 megawatt. It's contradictory with the feasibility study and also the PPA was already signed. FS feasibility study and also PPA mentioned about the capacity is 6 megawatt, but in DED we found that the design is for 8 megawatt. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, previous. The previous, please. Yeah. Okay. In this slide, we also got information that the interconnection study of mini hydropower plant number 2 is obtained a lower score comparing the others. The reason is the lowest score are because of the point of interconnection for mini hydropower plant 2 is relatively far away if you compare with others of around 24 kilometers. And also the local grid condition only can absorb around 4 megawatt of total 6 megawatt installed capacity. Next, please. Yeah, we understand that overall, based of the technical due diligence which conducted of 3 mini hydro power plant project, we saw that mini hydro power plant number 2 is not technically visible to obtain financing. This is because of the documents submitted do not reflect good mitigation related the technical aspect being assessed. Inconsistent design will only cause cost overrun and also let the absorption electricity production will not optimum. Of course, it will affect to the revenue and also the loan payment. As we understand that mostly in mini hydropower plant project in Indonesia is financed by equity and also portion. And we need further research as a complete applicability due diligence in mini hydropower plant project, which assess legal, technically, environment, social, and financial aspect in expected to mitigate the risk of failure experience or occur in the construction and operation case. Thank you for kind attention. In case any question, let's discuss. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Sukmo, for your nice presentation. Yeah, thank you for your nice presentation.
Yeah.
So I would like to ask one question actually, because out of the 3 mini power plants, 2 actually not technically feasible to obtain financial support. Can you elaborate a little bit more about why this 2 out of 3 is failure to obtain the financial support?
Yeah, because of the limited time, yeah, but so we can describe all the data here. But based on the data itself, there is inconsistent between feasibility study data and also the design, detailed design already built. So the FS and also the PPA mentioned about only the capacity is 6 megawatt, but the DED design build and also as-built drawing, etc. Shows about 8 megawatt. So we can imagine that the feasibility and also the PPA only 6 megawatt, but the cost, the construction cost will be for the 8 megawatt. So we will make another way how to solve this deviation, yeah, because we already got revenue for X megawatt, but actually the project cost is need for the 8 megawatt first, and the other way, the other side, we see in the interconnection study that's mentioned that the local grid only can absorb 4 megawatt. So there's a lack of revenue in order to repayment for the finance. That's why.
Okay, thank you for your answer. But you have got another question on the platform. Please answer for the question. Okay, so due to the time restriction, and we will move to our next presenter. Our next presenter, and of course, is the last presenter for this session. He's Eri Nurkianto from Asia Pacific Energy Research Center. He's going to talk about the modeling low carbon electricity generation for an integrated Asian power grid. This platform for Eri Nurkianto.
Thank you, Dr. Rosan, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining this event. I'm delighted to be here today, represent other authors to share our study about modeling low carbon electricity generation in ASEAN power grid. This is very interesting study, and we know that we are now talking more about the how to penetrate more in renewable energy. My name is Eri Nurkianto. I am a visiting researcher at Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, or APEC. APEC is a research institution established in 1996 in Tokyo, following the directive of APEC leaders in Osaka. We foster a common understanding of energy challenges facing APEC member economies through the study and analysis of energy demand and supply. We make APEC Energy Outlook every 2 years, and then we develop the energy market study and discussion about the policy responses and others. Next, please. This is the outline of my presentation, and I divided into 5 parts. The first is background, study objective, and then methodology. Continue with result and discussion, and the last is conclusion. Next, please. I will start with the background of this study. In 1997, 10 economies of ASEAN established the ASEAN Power Grid, or we call APG. This is a cross-border interconnection network to aims to effectively use regional energy resources, including fossil and renewable energy in ASEAN region. Together, the head of ASEAN power utilities or authorities, or we can call HAPUA, promotes the APG, consisting of 16 cross-border transmission projects that distributed over northern, southern and eastern corridors, as you may see in the left picture. And then on the right table, you may see the summary of the details of cross-border transmission line interconnection, which are divided into 5 sub-regions. Next slide, please. We have 4 objectives in this study. The first, that we would like to quantify the effect of ASEAN power grid interconnection on electricity trade, export or import between Southeast Asia economies. And then we analyze the implication for renewable energy share and carbon emission reduction in the power trade. And we also evaluate the effectiveness of carbon tax in increasing the share of renewable energy in ASEAN region. And the last, the study also evaluate the extent to which the regional transmission grid interconnection benefits the respective economies to meet electricity demand, optimize energy resources utilization, and reduce CO2 emission. Next, please. In terms of methodology, this research applied a multi-region power system model based on linear programming techniques. The model was first introduced in the EPIRC by Otsuki et al. In 2016 to evaluate the economic potential of the Northeast Asia grid integration. This linear programming model aims to minimize single-year total system costs that consisting of the annual capital cost, O&M cost, fuel cost, and carbon cost. On the right figure, we can see that this is a schematic diagram of the model, which formulates electricity transmission as a transport problem, enabling us to keep the optimization problem linear and optimize grid extension, generation expansion, and operation together. And the model also consider hourly load curve for each day and consider the characteristic of 2 types of season in Southeast Asia, namely the dry and wet season. Next, please. We have 3 scenarios that were assessed in this model. The first is the best scenario. In this scenario, we include only for existing interconnection and those that will be completed by 2030 based on government plans. And with total interconnection capacity will reach more than 7,000 megawatts. The second scenario, or we call a Hapua scenario, we include all the future projects. And in this scenario, we would like to quantify the impacts of the interconnection project outlined in Hapua and to discuss the potential cost and benefit of accelerated interconnection. And the last scenario, we call the carbon tax scenario. This scenario used to evaluate whether carbon pricing policies may incentivize the cleaner energy and renewable energy development in ASEAN region. We assume that we have to price of carbon tax, low and high scenario. And for the key assumption in the simulation, like initial capacity setting, techno-economic for power generation technologies, and others are based on the business as usual that we use in APEX 7 edition Outlook. And for HVDC costs, we refer to the study by Otsuki in 2017. Next, please. I'd like to move on the result and discussion. Start with the first interconnection. The Northern System interconnects 5 economies: Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. Under the Hapua scenario, total electricity trade expand to more 40 terawatt-hour per year. And as a result, coal power generation in Laos increased to more than 6 terawatt-hour per year. And this is projected to produce more than 6 million ton CO2 in Laos. Thailand utilized the maximum allowable cross-border electricity capacity to import electricity from Laos, PDR, and Myanmar. At the same time, the Thailand reduced electricity use from gas power generation. Vietnam also benefits from access to competitive electricity source, import more than 3 terawatt-hour from Cambodia. And then this is the second interconnection, short-term system. Under the Papua scenario, Singapore is expected to become a net importer of electricity from Indonesia, Malaysia, and this is represent more than 15% of total annual electricity consumption in Singapore. And in Peninsula Malaysia is the largest electricity exporter in short-term system interconnection. Will send more than 6 terawatt-hour to Indonesia, and then to Thailand and Singapore, as I mentioned before. And then interconnected Sumatra and Java in Indonesia is projected to export 4.1 terawatt-hour of electricity to Singapore, while Indonesia still import 1.7 terawatt-hour from Malaysia. Next, please. For Eastern interconnection in the best scenario, interconnection only occur between Indonesia and Malaysia. Malaysia Sarawak provide opportunity to export 1.6 terawatt-hour annually to Indonesia and in Kalimantan. And as we know that electricity interconnection between Sarawak and Kalimantan that started in 2016, this is a significant milestone as the first border electricity interconnection in the eastern system of ASEAN power grid. Under a low carbon tax scenario, the amount of electricity trade is steady compared to the Papua. However, the number will increase when we apply the higher carbon tax scenario in 2013, and the number will be 6 times higher than before, or than in low carbon scenario. So in addition, it appears that the introduction of carbon price in electricity generation has allowed the region to increase electricity trade linearly as the price of carbon increases. And the last, for the next interconnection, Sarawak, Sabah, and Brunei. This is interconnect the Brunei and Malaysia, and based on our simulation in Papua scenario, cross-border electricity trade will increase to up to 2 terawatt-hour per year because of electricity interconnection between Sabah and Brunei will import 0.1 terawatt-hour from Sabah. And under the carbon tax scenario, the amount of electricity imported from Sarawak remains unchanged. And if we apply the higher carbon scenario, we will get almost 5 times the electricity trade. Next, please. So in this slide, I would like to share the comparison graph between two scenarios in Papua and in carbon tax scenario in height 1. And we may see in the table that CO2 emission will be lower in the carbon tax scenario than Papua and base scenario. Next, please. At the end of my presentation, for concluding, I will summarize some key takeaways. The first is that interconnection in the region encourage hydropower development in Laos and Myanmar. As we know that hydro will be most competitive in the power interconnection trade. And then under the Papua scenario, Indonesia will increase coal and or gas-fired generation to export. So we will contributing to a slight increase of CO2 emission. However, under the carbon scenario, power trade from renewable source, Indonesia, Kalimantan increase import from Sarawak, while Indonesia will reduce electricity generation from gas-fired power plants, so we can reduce the CO2 emission as well. And the last, higher carbon price affect the choice of electricity generation and incentivize the cross-border trade. And as I mentioned before, that the emission will decline up to 20% lower than base scenario and up to 24% if we compare with a Papua scenario. Next slide, please. Before closing my presentation on this occasion, allow me to thank for the support as well as the insightful advice from Dr. Kazutomo Irie as President of APEC, Mr. James Kendall, Mr. Glenn Iswitnam as Senior Vice President of APEC. I think he also currently joining this event. And we also wish to thank the administrative staff in APEC who supported this study. Next, please. Thank you. That's all my presentation today. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I will pass over to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eri, for your nice presentation. So I have one question for you. Actually, when you do your modeling, what kind of other facts you consider for the modeling? Like because when we calculate the cost, we have to think about the infrastructures and so on. Did you include those kind of things when you're doing your modeling?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Dr. Rosan. As I mentioned before, that this model also used in our APEC energy outlook when we projected the electricity demand and electricity supply. So we also consider the trend of demand growth, the trend of supply or planning of electricity development in each economies. And then we, as I mentioned before, that we also consider the load curve of each economies and also the differences demand between wet season and dry season in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eric, for your answer and your nice presentation. So also, I would like to thank for all the speakers who did their nice and interesting presentation during this session. So now we are having a 15-minute coffee break, and then our next and final session will be starting by 3:10 p.m. Brunei time. Thank you very much for your participation and your nice time. Thank you. Bye-bye. you
Hope you are having a good break. We are now achieving the last session, which is session 3. Under this session, we will have the plenary lecture by Dr. Abdul Hanif Mahadi from University of Brunei Darussalam, and then followed by the third session of paper presentation, moderated by Dr. Abdul Hanif Mahadi himself. Under the session 3, we will have the paper presentation from Ralph Cario Evidence from Philippine Department of Energy, Muhammad Mashur Rahman from Bangladesh Agricultural Research Institute, Siti Faten Suaida Haji Saman from University Brunei Darussalam, and last, Fernando Clarence from Institute Technology Bandung. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the session 3.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And hello to everyone joining the upcoming speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers from ACE, ASEAN Center for Energy, from EXAP and Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, with UBD as the co-academic partner for inviting me to give a plenary speaker. So I'll be talking about catalyzing sustainable hydrogen energy for production and storage. So it's a play word of catalyzing and also catalysis technologies in hydrogen energy sector. So just to introduce, I'm Abdul Hanif Mahadi from Center for Advanced Material and Energy Sciences, University Brunei Darussalam. I'm the research lead for the Catalysis Research Group and also the Deputy Director for the Center for Advanced Material and Energy Sciences. So my topic is a play word of the word catalyzing. So first, on the catalysis technology can be used, how catalysis technology can be used to catalyze or speed up or even promote the sustainable hydrogen energy for production and their storage. So in this plenary presentation, I will be talking about more the scientific research being done behind hydrogen energy production and storage. And also it's going to be more scientifically technical, so we will look into what research we're also currently doing in Center for Advanced Material and Energy Sciences regarding hydrogen energy. Next slide, please. So just to introduce about hydrogen, we all know what hydrogen is. It's the first one in the element. In the gas state, it exists as H2 with a molecular weight of H2. So we all know it exists as a gas, but so far it has been discussed at length throughout these 2 days, especially in the business forum and also in our conference today regarding hydrogen energy becoming the next clean sustainable energy, especially in the welcoming address from His Honorable Datuk Seri Setia Datuk Dr. Awang Haji Matsuni as well mentioned that hydrogen energy is going to be the next sustainable energy for us here in ASEAN region and even for the world. Next slide. So just in basic terms, hydrogen energy, first, it can be renewable energy. Some of the big advantages why we are discussing about it. First, it can be a renewable energy, and also it can be produced by numerous sources of hydrogen, which we will discuss later on. It is considered clean as opposed to fuels. And hydrogen energy, it is non-toxic, and it's also clean because once we burn it or use it as fuel, we just produce water, and it's highly efficient as well. But currently, the disadvantages, because even though we have been making some breakthrough in the scientific community or in research, it's still quite expensive for economical use. So every day, people are working hard in the lab, trying to create new technology and even make more create new knowledge and technology for the economic viability of hydrogen energy. So one thing is expensive to make, and it's also expensive to store and expensive to transport as well. So there are storage complications and logistic complications as well. And of course, it is not the safest. We all know what happened with the hydrogen balloon. So it can be on a gas state if you have quite a high density of hydrogen, can be explosive. So there's a safety part that needs to be considered as well. And sometimes hydrogen energy, currently the most economical way to produce hydrogen energy is from fossil fuel, which we will discuss later on. Next. So currently there's been a lot of talking about hydrogen. So of course, hydrogen is colorless, but everyone is coloring it with blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, and there's even gray hydrogen. Firstly is, like I said in a previous slide, there are hydrogen being produced from fossil fuel sources. And this is the most economical way of producing hydrogen. They call this gray hydrogen right now, whereas the hydrogen is derived from natural gas through the process of steam reforming and water gas shift reaction. So natural gas meaning the methane, and then through these two processes mainly will produce hydrogen gas. But somehow to turn the gray hydrogen into blue hydrogen, we need to insert or even apply carbon capture into it. So to make it at least blue hydrogen, so we can minimize the carbon dioxide emission from deriving hydrogen from this way. The second source of hydrogen, they call it green hydrogen. This is the cleanest way of producing hydrogen. So mainly they produce this green hydrogen is produced through renewable energy with zero carbon footprint by definition. So it can be done by using water splitting from electrolysis, photocatalysis, or even biomass derived, which again we will explain a bit later on. But green hydrogen is where we are trying to achieve right now, where there is zero carbon footprint to produce hydrogen. Next. So like I said, what is a catalyst? So catalyst by definition, it's something, it's a chemical or a material or that can speed up any reaction without itself being totally consumed. So like I said, why is catalyst important in hydrogen energy or even in oil and gas industry right now? So it is the heart of the oil and gas and also the hydrogen energy. So, and even carbon dioxide capture, carbon capture and utilization, where catalyst is the hard technology of it all. So what it does is, if you compare the two diagrams, the black one and the red one, so it allows reactions to go more efficiently. So this is what happened with water. As we know, water is the basic of life, but to split it is quite hard. So to do that, we need some sort of good catalyst that makes that so that we can split the water into hydrogen more easily and more efficiently. So again, this is a blue hydrogen where we have the typical steam reforming reactor with the steam reforming and the water gas shift. But to make it blue again, we need to have some sort of CCUS or carbon capture and utilization and storage, where we take in the carbon dioxide from this fossil fuel and then we can utilize it as fuel or store it, which also part of the challenge. Next slide. So even in a typical current fossil fuel, hydrogen production through fossil fuel is currently done by first steam reforming, again, utilizing nickel-based catalysts to make to convert methane into carbon monoxide or hydrogen, which is called syngas. And the product of the syngas is further reacted with they call it a water gas shift reaction to make carbon dioxide and to produce more hydrogen. But again, this is also catalyst space where these two reactions depending on very high efficient catalysts. So if you can see the product of that, the final overall reaction is we have some methane, which is natural gas, with water and producing the hydrogen, which is what we want, but the carbon dioxide that we don't want. So a lot of research has to be done how to get rid or how to collect this hydrogen, carbon dioxide. So this kind of hydrogen can be done in a greener way, or to turn this hydrogen into blue hydrogen. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, so to do that, there are a lot of pathways we can take for the carbon dioxide. We can capture it and concentrate it and store it somewhere. That is on the far left. But the one that we're working on currently in Keynes is to transform the CO2 into carbon product, or even to make it fuel. So in that case, we need, again, the work of an efficient catalyst. So this is where we use high nanomaterials and nanocatalyst materials and advanced materials, try to convert the CO2 into carbon products such as methane again, or even methanol or ethanol or formic acid, which can be used as a carbon fuel. Next slide. So green hydrogen is, again, like I said, come back to it, is the cleanest way of green hydrogen, where you split water splitting to make it into two their main components, which is hydrogen and oxygen. So this is done by putting a lot of energy into it. At the moment, the most efficient way to do it, even though if it's efficient but it's still not economical, is to be done by putting in electricity in it, quite a big number of electricity in it. So it has a quite high energy input. So to make this green hydrogen, this energy input needs to be produced from green sources or renewable sources, such as wind turbines or solar cells. Then if we put this energy input from fossil fuel sources, then it defeats the purpose where we split the hydrogen using fossil fuel energy inputs. So just to talk about more about this water splitting or electrolysis process. Next step. So we have what happens in water. So the power there on the left. So I'm talking about the diagram we have on the left. So we have the cathode and the anode. So most of the research that's happening in the electrolysis or water splitting of water goes on developing this material called the cathode or the anode. So on the cathode, they call it the hydrogen evolution reaction. That's what happens where the water takes in the electrons and to produce the hydrogen. So this is where the hydrogen is produced, but at the same time, when you produce hydrogen, you need to produce oxygen as well to balance the equation. So on the other side, on the anode, they call the reaction happening there is the OER, which is the oxygen evolution reaction, where the oxygen is produced. So currently, but the power that the energy input, like I said earlier, needs to be from renewable sources like solar, tidal, or hydroelectric power. But the current challenges, again, is because the power input is too high. To split water, it has a high kinetic barrier, or they call it high overpotential of more than 1.25 volts. And currently, the cathode materials and the anode materials are quite expensive. And people are trying to make different types of electrolysis. The current one right now is they call it the PEM, proton exchange membrane electrolysis. The second one is the alkaline electrolysis, and the third one is the high temperature solid oxide water electrolysis. So each of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. But again, every day people are developing new methods and new ways or new materials, how to make each of these electrolysis methods more viable, or because trying to get the challenge of the kinetic high barrier, then we need some sort of good catalyst. So for example, the first one, PEM electrolysis, this is one of the first major ones. So it has quite a promising electronic water splitting hydrogen productivity, but at the cost of expensive cathode materials. So typically they use platinum metals or or they call it PGM metals, quite expensive metals, which makes to make it into a large scale quite expensive. The second one, the alkaline electrolysis, the second one, alkaline electrolysis, doesn't use this kind of metals, but its performance is not as good as the PEM electrolysis. And the third one, the solid oxide water electrolysis, again, we achieve some good hydrogen production, but we need that high temperature, which have extra energy input. Next slide. So in the sciences or the research, they look at it by Tafel plot. If you look at this on the B, on the second graph, where this is how we study when the catalyst is, the hydrogen production is effective or not. And then next slide. So these are currently the main catalysts that's been used. So as you know, you can see there's a lot of platinum, and currently they use a lot of molybdenum carbide and nickel base, which can be quite expensive. Next slide. So another way, other than using electricity, there's another way also to split water, which is called the photocatalysis. This is using the energy that we have from the sun. Again, it makes use of semiconductors like TiO2 perovskites, but the challenge again is we need to make the semiconductors with a band gap more than 1.25. It's just so that we have enough energy to split the water. In this photocatalysis, it's the performance is measured by the quantum efficiency. Next one. So currently there is quite a leading researcher from Japan, Kunozari Domen, which has made the material to have a large-scale photocatalytic water splitting panel, which is quite promising. Next stage. So even there's been new advances where we combine these two methods together while using photo and electrochemical. So you have the anodes and the cathodes, and where the OER is made up of photocatalytic materials. So we make use of the electricity and also make use of the sun, the energy from the sun to split the water. Next one. So another way of green hydrogen without using water splitting is using a biomass production. So biomass is plant-based. So we have done that. We've published some papers on the biohydrogen production from cellulose biomass waste using some, again, palladium metal TiO2. So you can read more about it in the biomass conversion and biorefinery, where we make some palladium catalysts with TiO2 using a photocatalytic to convert biomass to clean green hydrogen. Next one. Next one. So now we've covered the hydrogen production. The next one is once we produce the hydrogen, what are we going to do with it? How can we transport it, and how can we use it in the car, for example? So that comes the other difficulty of hydrogen energy, which is the hydrogen storage. So there's a few different methods. So the main category is the physical base and the chemical base. I'm just going to go quickly through the physical base. Next slide. So if you look at the phase diagram of, if you have a if you look at the phase diagram of hydrogen, so hydrogen exists as a gas, and then it's quite hard to liquefy it. You have to go below 200, minus 250 degrees to make it into a hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. So mostly people just compress it to increase the pressure of hydrogen. So most of the physical base involve compression and cooling. So if you go to the next stage, for example, the first one, next slide, please. And the second one, this is what using cryocompression, which is high pressure and low temperature as well. Next slide, please. And this is what have been used in rockets as well, where they store liquid hydrogen at below -253 to convert the gas hydrogen into liquid hydrogen. Next slide. But what we're working on here in Keynes is using a chemical base. So there's a lot of chemical methods that we can use, mainly metal hydrides, organic hydrogen carriers, ammonia, or even adsorbent. So the requirement is instead of transporting the hydrogen or storing the hydrogen in gas, it's possible using these methods that the hydrogen can be turned to liquid at room temperature and pressure, and it has a high hydrogen density with a minimal loss of hydrogen, and also it has to be non-corrosive. So one example is, next slide, please. When you use metal hydrides such as MgH2, lithium aluminum hydrate, and sodium borohydrate. So you can see there's a lot of hydrogen. We can fit into a lot of hydrogen into this, but it suffers quite low hydrogen percentage for the weight and the visibility. So if you go to the next one, next slide. Organic hydrogen carriers is more promising, where people use things like formic acid, methanol, or toluene, heterocycles. It has more hydrogen capacity. Again, to make this, to create this or to put hydrogen in and take hydrogen out needs the use of catalysts as well. Next one. Just for example, we have this paper that using palladium nano catalyst to get hydrogen from formic acid. So next slide. Next slide. So again, ammonia. So ammonia, there's been production of ammonia. It has been discussed recently as well as to make fertilizers. But also ammonia is one of those promising to produce to store hydrogen, because it produces hydrogen and very clean nitrogen. But again, the problem is with insufficient ammonia production because it produces high temperature and pressure. So currently, we're also working on catalysts, how to release hydrogen from ammonia back, from ammonia to use ammonia as a hydrogen transport. Next one. And also currently we have some high absorbent materials such as metal organic frameworks where hydrogen can be absorbed into the porous materials. This also is a good way of producing hydrogen, but not as good as the liquid hydrogen carriers. Next slide, please. Next slide. And I think that's up for me. Thank you very much for listening. And that's my contact number. If you have any more questions, you can ask me here or email me. Thank you very much. So with this, I would like to also, I'm also moderating the third session. So I will welcome everyone to our session 3, which has the theme of new energy and technologies. So I would like to welcome the presenters here. So before, without further ado, first I would like to welcome Mr. Ralph Carlo Evidente from Philippines Department of Energy, where he's going to be talking about co-digestion of pressed mud and molasses-based ethanol distillery wastewater for enhanced biogas production. Please, Ralph, thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Ralph Carlo Evidente. The research study that I'll be presenting was conducted during my time in Philippine Department of Energy. Now I'm currently a graduate student in Post-Tech in Pahang University of Science and Technology studying nuclear engineering. So the research study that I conducted is entitled as Co-Digestion of Pressed Mud and Molasses-Based Ethanol Distillery Wastewater for Enhanced Biogas Production. Next slide, please. Um, in this study, there are a lot of ways that can be turned into a valuable resource. So these waste, when subjected by under treatment, can be stored in a storage tank and can be directly used for cooking fuel. And the other alternative process is it can be included into the energy mix, for example, in the combined heat and power plant used for heating and other power energy mix. And the digestate or the effluent from this process can be used as a valuable resource such as fertilizer. So the thing is that the gas that I'm talking about, which is the main product of anaerobic digestion, has a higher energy density, such as methane, which also has a 25% more potent in terms of greenhouse gas as compared to carbon dioxide. And methane, being flammable, has a higher energy density, and this is a significant part of the biogas production. And the thing about biogas, or the pro of installing biogas plants over other renewables, is because it requires like less capital investment and other costs such as construction, maintenance, and operation as other renewable energy sources. So this kind of biogas production just promotes circular low carbon economy. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, biogas is primarily comprising of methane and carbon dioxide. Methane being ranging from 40 to 80%, and this methane can be improved further depending on the quality of the substrates to be used in anaerobic digestion. Also, the biogas contains other trace amount of compounds such as carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. Next slide, please. In Philippines, actually, in the agricultural aspect, sugarcane is actually the top. Has the highest number of total crops produced in the country for an annual basis, as it yields around 1/3 of the total amount of crops to be produced annually, both importation and exportation. So during the 2017 data, they were able to produce around 29 million of metric tons of sugarcane. Next slide, please. And for that amount of crops to be produced, there are lots of waste also generated. There are many anaerobic digestion facilities that were installed in sugarcane, but there are no like pretreatment that have been implemented, nor supplementation of nutrients to these kind of substrates. Also, the other valuable waste in sugarcane facilities have never been really used in many anaerobic digestion facilities. So this research study just contributes to the overall pollution control strategy for sugarcane industries. Next slide, please. So the most valuable byproducts or waste in a sugar refinery or sugar milling plants are as follows: bagasse, press mud, and vinasse. The bagasse is actually the fibrous residue which is left after the extraction process from the sugar cane. That's why this bagasse has also an immobilizing effect when being used as a co-substrate. Meanwhile, pressed mud, which is the main substrate to be used in this study, also known as the filter cake mud, it is actually a residue obtained from the filtration process of sugarcane juice before crystallization of the sugar. The vinasse, or the molasses-based distillery wastewater, is the liquid residual left after the fermentation and the distillation of ethanol process. Next slide, please. So for the main substrate that was used in the study, which is the pressed mud, it actually constitutes around 3 to 4% of the total milled sugar cane. So there are lots of disadvantages when this pressed mud is just being released to the environment or landfilling. First, it just damages the surface and groundwater, thereby a significant pollutant to the environment. And because it has a high amount of fats or the wax content, it actually reduces the porosity of the soil, causes clogging, and the disposal of the pressed mud to the landfill is really not sustainable at this moment. Next slide, please. So pressed mud is a very valuable substrate because it has a lot of significant components such as sugars, fibers, proteins, fats, and ashes, which inside of it, which if we analyze has lots of minerals or potential minerals, and thereby this pressed mud, if undergo anaerobic digestion, its digestate can act as like a fertilizer. So in the Philippines, this is the composition of the pressed mud. It has a high amount of fibers and ash, but sugar also is significantly high because this is where the carbon source of the pressed mud came from. So the biodegradability comes from this component. So in also in the Philippines, in my country, around 2.4 millions of metric ton of sugar cane that are being produced, around 66,000 tons of pressed mud as a waste are being generated. Hence, this pressed mud is very valuable and must be considered to control the pollution strategies of in sugar cane facilities. Next slide, please. So the landfilling and wastewater treatment in not only in the Philippines but as well in other countries have been really costly, most especially if these waste are just being put inside of these sites, and to compromise or to really reduce the burden financially, the waste that I mentioned must turn into valuable, such as by subjecting this waste into what we call anaerobic digestion. And most anaerobic digestion facilities have a low efficiency, have a slow production rate. Therefore, there are still needed to enhance the methane yield by utilizing other waste inside the sugar refinery plant. And most especially, these waste or these substrates are rarely being subjected into pretreatment. So the pretreatment could also improve or enhance the production of biogas. Next slide, please. So as of now, the pressed mud that are being pretreated could digested with other substrates such as the vinasse or the molasses-based distillery wastewater and bagasse were rarely researched. That's why these substrates are very much significant and very much valuable for the biogas study. So the solution for that is the anaerobic co-digestion, because first it not only reduces the volume of waste, but it also reduces the organic matter concentration of pressed mud, which is very much suitable as a byproduct, as a fertilizer byproduct. Also, as mentioned, this can be sold to other third-party users when proven to be useful as a fertilizer purpose. Next slide, please. So the objectives of this study is first to determine the effect of the dilution ratio of distillery wastewater. Second is to determine the optimal ratio of the pressed mud and distillery wastewater. And third is to determine the physicochemical characteristics before and after anaerobic digestion. And lastly, to know the effect of the pretreated pressed mud on the overall methane yield. Next slide, please. So for our methodology, these samples were collected from reliable sources and will be subjected under thermal pretreatment followed by hot water alkali pretreatment for 7 days. So we use an alkali called as calcium hydroxide based on the recent studies, and it will be stored for 7 days so that hydrolysis would allow for this process in an ample time. So the pressed mud or the pretreated pressed mud then the samples were collected from the reliable sources. Next slide, please. And to ensure anaerobic condition, we purged all our solution or substrates by using nitrogen gas for 15 minutes. Next slide, please. So here's our test matrix. We added micronutrients or nutrients, and these nutrients are very much valuable because it serves as a catalyst for each step in anaerobic digestion. It improves the acidogenesis, and it serves as a buffer solution should there be like an over acidification or over amount of fatty acids produced during the anaerobic digestion. So for batch 1 study, we would like to determine the effect of the dilution of the water when included to the distillery wastewater. And for the batch 2 study, we would like to determine the optimal ratio of distillery wastewater and press mud. So in batch 2 study, we also increased the total volume of substrates by 2.4 because from just, okay, next slide, please. So we use a 2 liters Erlenmeyer flask as the batch bioreactor. Next slide, please. And it was allowed to store for 42 days used in an incubator shaker and set in a mesophilic condition at a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. Next slide, please. Next slide. So from our study, we can see that in sample 5, which was able to maintain its pH before and after an aerobic digestion, produce a higher methane yield. Also, in this batch 1 study, the sample 3 and sample 5, which both have a volumetric ratio of 80:120, that means the diluted one produced a significant amount of methane. Meanwhile, for the batch 2 study, we were able to see the increase of methane yield when the high amount of pressed mud is contained in the study with a ratio of 300 to 600 or 1:2 with a methane yield of 79.43%. Next slide, please. So as compared to other studies, the co-digestion, the amount of nutrients, and even the pretreatment play a vital role for the improvement of or for enhancement of methane yield. Next slide, please. So to conclude, the hot alkali thermal pretreatment really affects the digestion by enhancing its methane yield, and the other factors should be monitored, such as the pH variations. It should maintain its value, its optimum pH ratio, and the BOD-COD ratio, the CN ratio, is also a major factor in maintaining in improving or enhancing the biogas production. And we could see from our batch studies that diluted distillery wastewater produce an improved or enhanced biogas or enhanced methane yield. And for batch 2 study, a higher amount of pressed mud must be needed as compared to distillery wastewater to improve the methane yield. And lastly, from our study, that hot alkali followed by hot thermal followed by alkali pretreatment really enhances the biogas production. So that's all. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Ralph Caro Evidente. So next, I would like to introduce Muhammad Mashir Rahman from Bangladesh Agricultural Research Institute. So he will be talking about high efficient gasification in a low tar biomass gasifier by coupling with inclined nozzle and combustor for tar reduction. The platform is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mahdi. Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum from Bangladesh. I'm Muhammad Mashiur Rahman. I'm working in Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute. Today my speaking topic is high efficient gasification in a low-ter biomass gasifier by coupling with inclined nozzle and combustor for tar reduction. It's research. This research is about thermochemical conversion of biomass. Next slide, please. So, ASEAN Energy Center is set to strategy to increase the renewable energy capacity among the ASEAN countries. So we need to move forward in renewable energy applications. So we know the lot of renewable application sources, but mainly most of the renewable energies comes from the solar, hydro, wind, geothermal, and of course we have to increase the capacity of the biomass energy. That's is the bioenergy. Next list, please. So if we look at the bioenergy and bioenergy circle, so we have to if you look at the right figure of the slide, so we can get an idea how the bioenergy cycle is the carbon neutral energy. So a lot of environmental benefit is from bioenergy, because in the process carbon dioxide is released and that carbon dioxide is absorbed in tree. So this cycle is we can consider to be a carbon neutral source. Next slide, please. So what of the biomass energy if we integrate it in the lot of it integrated in the plant, say for a big scale plant. So if we this energy fit in the coal or gas for production of electricity and heat, so it's obviously it's a beneficial to reduce the carbon neutral energy. And therefore ASEAN countries is set to strategy to reduce the coal deficiency and also help to achieve the renewable energy target. So we need to we maybe introduce this energy biomass energy plant in integration with the other energy plant. So what are the route of the bioenergy production? We know the there are a lot of bioenergy routes, but among the best benefit route is the biochemical conversion, thermochemical conversion, and thermoelectric conversion. So today we look about the thermochemical conversion, especially in gasification of biomass. So next slide, please. Here we look at the lot of thermochemical conversion route in application of biomass. So we mainly focus on the gasification system. So gasification system is produce the bioenergy biomass into the syngas or producer gas, and that we can produce finally for power and heat application. Next slide, please. So if we look at the example in the world, present world, so we can get idea Sweden as example, because they use the 34% bioenergy and biomass energy in their electricity production fields. And lower two picture is the biggest bioenergy production plant in the world is set in the Poland and America. So next slide, please. So now question is how the set how much energy need to be increased to fulfill the ASEAN energy strategy share percentage. If we look at the bioenergy now present production rate, I cannot hear about it because it's a so we need to 1.5 megawatt energy from the biomass to fulfill the renewable share capacity in electricity production by 2025 for ASEAN countries. So in the if you look at the right figure, so we can see the here ASEAN energy share percentage is 35%. They can they want to fulfill this energy by 2025, but we can see the 1.5% gap. So they said to increase the production from the renewable energy. So we have to look at the bioenergy production field. So 1.5, maybe 1.5 megawatt or more. So we need to new area to investigate this production. Next slide, please. Here we can look at the biomass energy potential for ASEAN countries. The figure will tell us that 48% wood is used for only for cooking purpose. If we look, if this wood percentage is used for biomass energy plant, and we can use we can produce a lot of energy. We can produce a lot of additional energy to fulfill the electricity demand in Asian country by bioenergy after fulfilling the cooking fuels. So please, next slide. If we look at the bioenergy electricity plant efficiency, it's obviously the beneficial, because 30% of efficiency, electricity efficiency comes from only for 10 to 20 megawatt capacity plant. But if we integrate the large plant, large coal or gas plant, its efficiency is around 45%. And this is proven documented by the scientific paper. So next slide, please. So my topics is now low-term biomass gasifier. We can produce from here producer gas, and that is finally produced for electricity and heat application. This is the picture of biomass, low-term biomass gasifier. The main aims of this gasifier is to produce the producer gas that is fitted to the generator or any internal combustion engine without without any deposition measures, without set up any deposition measures. So first, first aim is this gasifier is to characterize of the gasifier parameter, then optimize how this parameter can be optimized to produce to increase the efficiency, and then to test the engine performance with this gasifier producer gas, and lastly the model the gasifier operation using the equilibrium based model and validate it with the experimental data. Next slide, please. Okay, so my main aim is the a novel gasifier, novel inclined nozzle and combustor to design the novel nozzle and combustor, and how to integrate with the downward moving gas, downward moving bed gasifier. So if we look at the blue color orbs, so we can see the nozzle and combustor and air inlet. So here the principle is the air inlet comes in the pipe and then it goes to the nozzle, and this nozzle is integrated with the 120 degree Celsius, 120 degree from the vertical angle. So it's when air comes in the nozzle, it goes to the vortex, like vortex or spherical shape. So is comes from the nozzle and goes through the combustor, and then it's come out from the combustor with the spherical shape. And you know the TC2 is the thermocouple port, and this area is the you know the this area is for drying zone, and then this drying zone when temperature goes above the 200 degree or 250 or 300 degree, the volatile comes from the biomass, and this biomass is this volatile gas is added to the gasifying air, and this mixed volatile gas and gasifying air is comes through the nozzle and goes to the combustor, and this spherical and form is the spherical flows. And you know that the partial oxidation is the high temperature zone. So high temperature zone, and with this vortex or spherical flow is combined effect, the volatile gas is transformed into the producer gas that is integrated with the carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and methane, and other constituent is comes from the lower part of the partial oxidation chamber. So next slide, please. So what are the tar reduction process? I already mentioned that tar reduction process is we need to produce high temperature zone in the partial oxidation zone, and I already described the recirculation system that is produced from the inclined nozzle, and using the separate combustor, and finally extension tar reduction obtained in the char bed zone. So if any carbon dioxide or any cold zone created in the partial oxidation zone, so that volatile gas is fall down into the char bed zone, and char bed, it's converted into the producer gas. So next slide, please. So here is the picture of nozzle, inclined nozzle and combustor. We can see here the is that I described already 120-degree inclination from the vertical angle. So it's gonna the spiral flow. It's created by the spiral flow from this type of inclined nozzle. Next slide, please. So measurement analysis, I SPA samples collected from the by the SPA samples I collected from the gas in the different various different zones, say pyrolysis zone, partial oxidation zone, and char bed zones. And the we have thermocouples. So thermocouple is for temperature to measure the temperature, and also we have the other port that are for measure for emissions and pressure drops. Next slide, please. So here is the biomass characterization. So we have we can see that here oxygen percentage and hydrogen percentage is low. So it's really helpful to get a higher gas heating below, and also the ash content is very low. Is this low ash content is needed for to minimize the channeling, bridging, and any push and drop into the gasifier. Next slide, please. So here we can see the temperature profile, and the temperature profile is very low. In the char bed zone, is a temperature profile is near about 700 degree, but in the gas outlet zone, it's only about the 650 degree around. So this gasifier, we can reduce the heat, and we can recover the heat easily. So next, please. This picture is about the temperature profile, and first picture is for pyrolysis zone and partial oxidation zone temperature profile, and lower picture is the whole temperature profile for in test 4. Next slide, please. So if we look at the producer gas composition, carbon monoxide and hydrogen percentage is higher amount compared than this type of different gasifier. Next slide, please. And next, please. So here is the mass balance and gasifier, different gasifier parameter. If I look at the producer gas yield, it's obviously high amount of producer gas is 3.04. So we can say this gasifier efficiency is quite high compared than this type of gasifier. And if you look at the coal gas efficiency, so average coal gas efficiency is 88%. It's just enough to optimize the any gasifier, this type of gasifier. And capacity here, this type of capacity is 23.8 kilowatt. This capacity for this gasifier. So next slide, please. So optimization of performance parameter. So these gasifier was tested in different biomass moisture content. So if we look at the moisture biomass moisture, so different biomass moisture. So if they increase the biomass moisture content, so gas production is minimized at the same rate, and the moisture content increase have a negative effect to produce the increase of producer gas composition. Next slide, please. So if we optimize the equivalent ratio, so equivalent ratio 0.35 is the optimum for this type of gasifier. And we know the carbon dioxide by carbon monoxide ratio is very important for partial combustion process. So we can look at the less than 1 carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide ratio obtained in this gasifier. So, and another thing is very lower equivalent ratio biomass and higher moisture content release more tar containing pyrolysis. And this we know that the tar containing pyrolysis is more, so we need to more heat, so it reduces the gasifier efficiency. So we have to optimize the moisture content below the 10% or near about the 10%, so we can get the equivalent ratio is optimum in this process. So next slide, please. So tar reduction performance, this gasifier tar reduction performance is very high. We can get 7.4 minimum 7.4 milligram per normal cubic meter. So this type of gas, this type of producer gas, we can easily use, and we can easily feed directly in the gas turbine or any internal combustion engine without further any deposition process or downstream, without any downstream process. If we look at the lower picture, so we can get an idea here. Our producer gas tar content is very low compared than other type of the same type of gasifier or same type of down moving wave gasifier. Next slide, please. So if we look at the inclined nozzle and combustor performance, we also introduce the new parameter, that is the recycle ratio and combustion degree of volatiles. Recycle ratio is the ratio of volatile gas divided by the gasifying air. So we can get the optimum recycle ratio for the equivalent ratio of 0.35, and degree of volatile combustion also gives the satisfactory result, because we can see that the degree of combustion degree is at 98.6%. So we can say that the optimization of this gasifier is quite satisfactory. Next slide, please. So thermodynamic equilibrium model, I also compare the experimental data with the thermodynamic equilibrium model. I introduced the engineering equation solver to validate this to validate the experimental data with the thermodynamic equilibrium model data. So if we look at the figure in the right side, so only 2 parameter is outside of the 10% deviation. So all of the parameter is fit within the 10% deviation. So we can consider the validation is satisfactory, gives validation gives the satisfactory results. Next slide, please. So more important thing is the engine and power performance. Yeah, this gasifier is fit the generator that capacity was 3 kilowatt, and part of the producer gas we integrate with the system, and the electricity output for the generator we find the 2 kilowatt maximum, and continuous electricity output we get 2 kilowatt. So it's just a part of the producer gas performance, not the full, because part of the producer gas we integrated into the generator system. So among the 3 kilowatt capacity, we got the 2.5 kilowatt capacity electricity capacity, and left video we can get the is very clean firework in the system with the producer gas, and this is the test result. So next slide, please. In the conclusion, we can say that in the main output is very interesting, because we get the tar content only 7.4 milligram per cubic meter in the producer gas, and that we can directly feed in the system. So we can directly feed in the generator, any internal combustion engines, and this type of gasifier we can consider for small to medium level power generation in remote rural off-grid area, especially off-grid area, because we know that a lot of villages we don't have covered the on-grid electricity line. So this type of gasifier we can easily fit in the off-grid areas. And in the gasifier characteristics, we already find the result. The coal gas efficiency is high, 93.1%. This is the best high result among this type of gasifier. So next slide, please. So this obviously we can say that this is a new technology opportunity. So we need to invest in this type of technology to produce in the bioenergy. So we know that we already invest a lot of money in the wind power and hydropower. So in this new area, we need to invest some money to produce the bioenergy, because Asian country energy center is said to produce some energy from the bioenergy. So next slide, please. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Bashir Rahman. So next we have Siti Fatin Suwaida Haji Saman from University Brunei Darussalam, and she will be presenting crystalline carbon nitride on cerium oxide composites as photocatalysts for hydrogen production in visible light. Siti Fatin, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hanif. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello, good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for organizing this conference and for the opportunity to present today. I'll start my presentation now. I'm Fatin Saman from University Brunei Darussalam, and I'll be presenting my project, the crystalline carbon nitride cerium oxide composite as photocatalyst for hydrogen production in visible light. Next slide, please. The increasing demand for energy have ultimately intensified the usage of fossil fuel, hence depleting the fossil fuel and at the same time increasing the environmental issues. Multiple research have focused on discovering alternative source of energy that can be sustainable and obtained via clean source of energy. Next slide, please. Currently, hydrogen gain a lot of interest as a good source of energy, mainly due to its high energy content compared to fossil fuel. Additionally, the combustion of hydrogen would only produce water. Next slide, please. However, currently about 90% of the hydrogen is produced via steam reforming of fossil fuel. And as we all know, fossil fuel is a non-renewable energy. Next slide. So one approach we are interested in is photocatalytic water splitting. This system uses solar energy, water, and a low-cost semiconductor to produce hydrogen. So how does photocatalyst work? Photocatalyst harvests the solar energy, which excites the electron. The electron is promoted from the valence band to the conductive band and form electron-hole pair, allowing the redox reaction to take place on the surface of the semiconductor and hence produce hydrogen from water. Next slide, please. Research focus on graphitic carbon nitride, which is a non-metal photocatalyst with advantage of having high thermal stability, a good band gap, which corresponds to visible light region. It is also affordable and abundantly available. However, this material also have limitations such as low visible light utilization, a large band gap, a small surface area, and a rapid electron and hole recombination. Next. One of the main methods of producing bulk carbon nitride is by direct pyrolysis. However, this often resulted in low crystallinity and therefore have low activity. To counteract the limitation, we focus on two methods. The first one is the iothermal method using ionic salt, potassium chloride, and lithium chloride to increase the crystallinity of the catalyst. The next one is with doping with metal oxide by creating a heterojunction structure, which delays the recombination rate of graphitic carbon nitride. And by combining these two methods, we have resulted in doping cerium oxide with crystalline carbon nitride. And we aim that this will improve the activity. So first, we're going to discuss the catalyst synthesis method. Using urea as a precursor, we calcine urea at 550 degrees Celsius for 3 hours, creating bulk graphitic carbon nitride. And for the crystalline carbon nitride, we use the bulk sample, added the ionic salt and water, still to ensure the proper dispersion. The sample then will be heated to remove water, then calcined at the same temperature as before. So the collected sample will then be washed and centrifuged to remove the remaining salt, and the sample is dried overnight. For the crystalline carbon nitride for the crystalline carbon nitride cerium oxide composite, we use similar method with an addition of cerium oxide. For the graphitic carbon nitride cerium oxide composite, we combine the bulk sample with cerium oxide and water. We stir this for 3 hours at 65 degrees Celsius to remove all the water. After that, we calcine at the same temperature as before. So next slide. For the photocatalytic activity, we use 20 milligrams of catalyst with 25 milliliter of triethanolamine. We stir this for a proper dispersion and then cover it with a rubber septum, and this undergoes a 5-minute purge with nitrogen gas to remove any residual air. Next, okay. The photocatalytic reaction took 180 minutes with the suspension constantly stirred throughout the reaction, and at 30 minutes interval, 0.5 milliliter of gas suspension was collected and tested using gas chromatography. Next slide, thank you. So firstly, we wanted to analyze the crystal property of the sample. As seen here, the bulk carbon nitride has two visible peaks. The minor peak at 13.4 represents the haptazine unit in planar structure with a spacing distance of 0.7675 nanometer. The intense peak at 27.4 is linked to the interlayer stacking of the carbon nitride sheet with a spacing of 0.32 nanometer. For the crystalline carbon nitride, we observe an overall decrease in intensity in the peak. Additionally, the main peak shifted from 27.4 to 28 degrees. This slight shift into a higher angle indicates there is a decreased distance between the interlayer stacking of carbon nitride sheets. Next slide, thank you. For graphitic carbon nitride cerium oxide, the peaks are different because the peaks are actually representing cerium oxide instead of carbon nitride. Next. We assume the majority of, the slide before. We assume the majority of carbon nitride has decomposed, since a higher number of cerium oxide was present in the sample. We also perceive that carbon nitride has an amorphous arrangement in the sample, hence it's not visible in XRD. For crystalline carbon nitride cerium oxide, sample has similar peak to both crystalline carbon nitride and cerium oxide. Next slide, thank you. Next, we wanted to investigate the morphology and structure of crystalline carbon nitride cerium oxide composite. At a lower magnification, we can observe the cerium oxide dispersed on the surface of the carbon nitride in a clustered manner, which we have illustrated here as well. Overall, the sample appears to have two distinct structures, a larger rectangular stacked sheet of carbon nitride and a smaller hexagon structure. We assume that the larger structure was the bulk carbon nitride that was not fully condensed during the synthesis process. So the disorganized structure of this sample have resulted on the lower crystalline peak at 27.4 degree, while also giving rise to mu peak as obtained in the XRD result shown before. Next slide, thank you. We wanted to identify the organic and polymeric structure of the sample. So using infrared spectroscopy, we characterized three distinct regions of the carbon nitride sample. The first region contained the wavelength at 800, which is the breathing move of haptidine. Basically, it's the building block of carbon nitride. So the second region is the characterization peak of carbon nitride from 1,200 to 1,650, which is attributed to for its stretching vibration of aromatic CN and haptidine repeating unit. And the last region would be at a wavelength of 3,000, which is the stretching vibration of amine group, which normally indicates the presence of uncondensed amino group in the sample. Next slide, thank you. We also determined the absorption and the band gap for the sample using Kohlberg-Kohlmann calculation. Interestingly, all samples contain multiple loops, as you can see in the diagram. And this is due to the multiple reflection of incident light within the photocatalyst itself. So actually, this would result in inefficient transfer of electron, which leads to a higher recombination rate of photocatalysts, and it's not a characteristic that we want for a photocatalytic activity. Next slide, thank you. We also measured the specific surface area and the pore structure of the sample. The sample exhibits a type 3 isotome with an abundant mesophore in the photocatalyst. Both crystalline samples have a higher specific surface area compared to bulk carbon nitride sample. Interestingly, graphitic carbon nitride cerium oxide surface area decreased, and we suggested that this was due to the result of ceria having a larger ratio in the sample, and this is because there is a higher decomposition of carbon nitride. So overall, a higher specific surface area is considered favorable for photocatalytic activity due to a higher number of active sites. Next slide, thank you. We also did a photocatalytic test on the bulk carbon nitride and the crystalline carbon nitride cerium oxide to test their activity. And the graphitic carbon nitride produced 170 micromole per gram, while the crystalline carbon nitride cerium oxide produced a slightly higher at 268 micromole per gram. However, this amount is considered low as hydrogen production activity. And this may be due to the high recombination rate due to the multiple loop in the FTIR shown before, and also the larger band gap, which is not really favorable under visible light. However, the crystalline sample produced a higher production than bulk carbon nitride, and this is mostly due to the larger surface area of photocatalyst. Next slide. Thank you. In summary, crystalline carbon nitride was synthesized using molten salt, producing different crystalline structure and a larger specific surface area. When doped using cerium oxide, the surface area increased further. The overall activity was low. However, crystalline carbon nitride still have a higher hydrogen production due to a larger surface area. Okay, that's all for next slide. Okay. Thank you. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Siti Fatin Suhaida, for the interesting presentation. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Fernando Clarence from Institute Technology Bandung. He will be talking about unlocking hydrogen full potential as ASEAN future energy. Without further ado, Fernando Clarice, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fernando Clarence from Teknologi Bandung, and thank you for having me in this virtual conference from ASEAN. And I'm going to present my presentations about unlocking hydrogen full potential as ASEAN future energy. Next slide, please. So this is the syllabus of my presentation today. Maybe you can look for a while. Okay, next slide. Okay, first of all, I will talk about the hydrogen overview as general. Next slide. Okay, hydrogen is an abundant chemical substances that many materials in our world, and it has several chemical properties and physical properties. So first of all, it has chemical properties of atomic number of 1 and average atomic weight of 1.0079 AMU. It has physical properties of non-toxic, unmetallic, odorless, tasteless, colorless, and highly combustible diatomic gas. And the third one, it has chemical properties of 1 proton and 1 electron, and it has 3 isotopes of tritium, deuterium, and tritium. And the fourth one, it has physical properties of melting point in minus 269.14 degrees Celsius, and it has boiling point of minus 262.87 degrees Celsius. And the last one, it has density of 0.08 988 gram per liter. And the last one, it has chemical properties of oxidizing agent and reducing agent, and it has covalent radius of 31.5 km. Okay, next slide. So we will discuss about the hydrogen applications and potential. Before we want to discuss about the hydrogen potential in ASEAN future energy, we must know the applications of hydrogen in various industries. The first one, in automobile sector, hydrogen can be as fuel cell for fuel cell electric vehicle, and in chemical process industries, hydrogen can be as hydrocracking agent, and in energy sector, hydrogen can be as renewable energy sources, and in domestic use, hydrogen can be a replacement for natural gas as energy sources. Okay, next slide. Okay, so in this slide, I will talk about the potentials of hydrogen, why hydrogen must be applied, why, and what is special from the hydrogen application as renewable energy sources. The first one, hydrogen has zero intermittency if it applied as renewable energy sources, not like another IRSS like hydropower, solar power, or wind power that has slightly high intermittency. And the second one, the battery storage it doesn't apply if you applicated hydrogen as renewable energy sources or metallurgical material for another application in various industries. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I will talk about the hydrogen production and technology. First of all, hydrogen production is classified into two, which is self-generation and regeneration. Next slide. Okay, the first one is self-generation hydrogen. So we know there is many renewable, many energy sources like renewable energy source or non-renewable energy sources that can generate electricity. And the electricity that generated will generate the electrolysis process in the hydrogen production. And if the hydrogen is made from the electrolysis process, it's called the self-generation hydrogen processing. Okay, next slide. Okay, the second one, there is regeneration hydrogen processing. As we know in CPI or petrochemical factory, there is many production from the combustion process like CO2 and H2O. And the CO2 and H2O is then reformed through the steam reformer, and it can produce hydrogen as its product. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the table of comparisons between the self-generation and regeneration hydrogen processing. In self-generation, we need more electricity, and we have high operation and maintenance cost, and we have high LCOE. Rather than the regeneration hydrogen processing, it will be heavily electricity, and it will be lower O&M cost and lower LCOE, and it can act as emission reduction of processing. Okay, next slide. Okay, so there is several hydrogen types. The first one, there is brown hydrogen, which is made from the coal gasification, and it has high emission. The second one, there is gray hydrogen, and the gray hydrogen is classified into the regeneration hydrogen processing. It still has the high emissions, and 95% of industry is producing the gray hydrogen right now. And the third one, there is blue hydrogen, which is it has the same processing as gray hydrogen, but very efficient technology applied. So it makes the blue hydrogen is emission-free hydrogen. And the fourth one, there is green hydrogen. The green hydrogen is classified into the self-generation hydrogen, which is made from the electrolysis process or the photocatalysis process, but the electricity that generated the process is made from the reactor generation. So it makes the green hydrogen is emission-free hydrogen. And the last one, there is biohydrogen, which is it can be classified into regeneration or self-generation hydrogen processing. But the core of biohydrogen is with bio-based energy sources. So it makes the biohydrogen is environment friendly. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the core of my material, which is I talk about the production technologies in regeneration of hydrogen processing types. Next slide. Okay. The first one, there is conventional SMR, which is conventional SMR is the steam methane reformers. So the productions of combustion materials like CO2 and H2O is go to the reformer, and the reformer will be the product and the material will be react with the steam, and it will go to the steam converter, and it will be purified through the gas purificator, and it will be product hydrogen, and the hydrogen will be utilized to another energy sector. Next slide. Okay, the second technology there is PBCMR, which is the packet bed catalytic membrane reactors. So it's different from the conventional SMR. There is catalyst agent that act on this reactor. So the catalyst agent is on the fuel pellets. So the hydrogen processing is have higher efficiency than the conventional SMR. Okay, next slide. And the third one, there is reformer CMRS, which is in the membrane in this reactor. It has the same concept as the PBCMRS, but the different are the catalyst agent is not packed into the fuel, but it has a seamless catalytic agent. So the data research that reformer CMRS is have higher efficiency than the PBCMRS. Okay, next slide. Okay, the last one there is CMR SMR, which is the reactor that integrated between catalytic membrane reactors and steam methane reformer. And the CMR SMR is being developed by engineers and scientists in the UK. And CMR SMR is have the highest efficiency of reactors between another reactor. So if we can apply CMR SMR in our production process of hydrogens, maybe we can unlock the full potential of hydrogen to be ASEAN future energy, because the CMR SMR is has the lowest energy consumption, it has low temperature requirement, and it has the highest efficiency between energy reactors. Okay, next slide. And this is the process flow diagram of hydrogen productions. So the steam is go to the purificator and it go to the steam reformer, as it produce the same gas, and it go to the high temperature shifter, low temperature shifter, and then it go to the separator to remove the CO2, and it go to the PSA, and hydrogen can be produced. It's the process flow diagram as general. Next slide. And as I mentioned CCS technology before in my previous slide, CCS technology is carbon capture storage, which is the carbon dioxide they make from the combustion process. It will be then captured, compressed, and it will be transported, and it can be stored in the subground or offshore, and it can be utilized to the oil and gas industry, for example. So it's the little insight about CCS technology. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I will talk about the hydrogen production in economical overview. Next slide. Okay, the main issues of the hydrogen production in economical overview is the high LCOE of hydrogen production. As you can see in the graphic, the hydrogen is on a blue line and it has linearly increasing. So if it's compared to the natural gas, that have constant graphic. So we know from the graphic that the LCOE of hydrogen is very high. Okay, next slide. Okay, so there is three causes that make the LCOE of hydrogen is very high. The first one, there is no engineering optimization in the production process. The second one, there is unoptimal technologies of the hydrogen processing. And the third one, there is energy issues on the hydrogen processing. So it makes the LCOE of hydrogen is high. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I will talk about how we can optimize the hydrogen production, how can we engineer the production technologies, and how can we overcome the economical issues. In the engineering outlook, we must update the production technologies and we must engineer the production process. And in my research on paper research, I have solutions that we must apply the Tiamat SMR application in production process, because we can apply the Tiamat SMR that the research from the with the engineer and scientists in the UK. We know that Tiamat SMR is very have high efficiency of hydrogen processing. So if we can apply it in the production process, we can optimize and we can produce more hydrogen than right now. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the data visualization of my research. You can see in the table 1.1, Tiamat SMR is very have lowest temperature requirement, which is the range of 450 until 650 degrees Celsius, and it has the highest efficiency between another reactor, and it has the lowest energy consumption, and it has potential to levelize the cost of hydrogen processing up to 50%. And if we look at the figure 1.1, the Tiamat SMR has the lowest potential to levelize the cost of hydrogen processing. Okay, next slide. Okay, the conclusions. In my research paper, I have some solutions like applying Tiamat SMR to the production process, so we can innovate high efficiency production process, and we can produce more hydrogen. We can optimize the hydrogen as RESS as to be ASEAN future energy. So if we can optimize hydrogen as RESS, we can reach the goals of ASEAN that in 2025 for 23% of RESS and 2031 for 31% of RESS. So if we can optimize hydrogen RESS, we can we can support the ASEAN to reach its RESS target. Okay, next slide. Okay, so it is my presentation. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much for Fernando Clarence on the talk on hydrogen. I think we have some time. We still have some time. Just one question. Currently, what do you think is the biggest setback or even the biggest hurdle for us to go towards hydrogen energy in ASEAN? What is the biggest hurdle currently within the ASEAN region before we can fully optimize hydrogen energy?
Oh. Maybe I think the biggest hurdle is the high LCOE of hydrogen that the unoptimized technologies in our production process of hydrogen is not optimized and not utilized well. So if we can apply the new technology, we can apply the updated technology, maybe we can overcome that issue.
Oh, thank you very much. So I guess, I mean, it goes with other technologies as well. As we learn more, the technology gets cheaper and becomes more economically viable as well. Thank you very much for now. And so before I would close, I would like to thank the presenters on your very informative presentation. I would like to also thank you everyone who's attending this session. I hope you can learn and get some good information from all the presenters. Also for your information, the conference proceedings or the abstracts that's been submitted to the AICEE have been compiled in the conference proceeding book, and it can be downloaded at the ACE ASEAN Center for Energy website. So also based on these, some of these submitted abstracts will also be published in a full paper at IOP conference series Earth and Environment Science. So you can have a chance to read more about this wonderful research this everyone is doing. And thank you very much. With now, I'm going to close the session and also the conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached the end of this conference. Once again, on behalf of ACE, I would like to thank all the participants who actively participating in today's event. It was such an excellent discussion and I believe that it will benefit all of us. I really appreciate the valuable time and effort of all the participants in contributing to this event. I hope you all stay safe and stay healthy and see you on the next ASEAN International Conference on Energy and Environment. Bye.